You are very passionate about something that you believe in. Maybe you've shown you can really work up and down the ladder or across departments. Whatever it is, people see that you have it. Now they want you to take this on. Then your teammates start calling you boss. And while you're doing this, you're finding it hard. I found it hard to try to give away being the hero, building the thing, saving the day, right? Being that expert. There's a dopamine hit you get every time you push a task to done. And taking on strategic work, it could take months, it could take quarters, it could take years before you see success from your efforts. So it can be hard to let go of that other side of the world. Now, my name is Jason St-Cyr. I lead the team of tech evangelists over at St-Cyr. And I want to talk to you about the times where I have had to go through this transition myself. Hopefully, you can learn from it. I want to take a look at a few challenges over the course of the session. First, how do we learn to delegate and kind of balance our independent and kind of manager roles? Secondly, how do we go about doing a different style of decision making? You know, when you're not sure how things are really going to turn out. Next, why don't we take a look at how you switch your mindset away from not being the subject matter expert anymore, not being the hero, and instead being the coach. We also want to take a look at that in the middle part of middle management, and finally wrap up with a little bit about mental health and try and prevent burnout. Now, you might have noticed a little bit of a theme around toys. This talk is a lot about stories and what we learn from them. Now, as a dad, I'm finding that stories are a great way to use toys and teach my kids about something and have it resonate. Stories allow us to have an emotional connection. It also allows us to have an easy recall to something. So, for example, if you're into Star Wars, I might say something like, "Let the Wookiee win," and you know exactly what point in the story you can be transported back to it. So we're going to go through a lot of stories today, and hopefully you'll be able to use those stories to come back to a learning moment. And for those of you out there creating your own stories, make sure that as you're learning, you're creating those recall moments that you can come back to. Now let's get started. Now the first challenge I want to talk about is delegation. I was talking to some colleagues as I was putting my thoughts together for this talk, and a lot of us had the same experience, that it was very hard when you're inside of a team and transition to leading it to give up some of those tasks that you used to be doing. The first management role that I took over I was in a small product company, leading the R&D group. Smart team, really great people. I found I was doing a lot of development work, even though I was supposed to be managing. Now I look back at it, and I guess what happened is I gave myself a choice. I said to myself, hey, you could throw away almost a decade of experience and everything you're good at and really focus in on this management job. Or you could do two jobs really poorly, or you could do both jobs and focus on them. So of course I went with that option, right? I learned so much. I learned about SWOT analysis, I learned about product management, release management, and how to burn out in under a year. It was super tough to just give up those tasks that I was used to doing. So I knew I could do them. I knew that it would take time for me to get somebody else to do it. And not only that, I mean, everybody's plate's super full. If I'm giving this to somebody else, something's going to drop. How do I handle this? Eventually, I burned out. I left that job. Somebody else had to pick up those tasks anyway, except now I wasn't there to help or guide them through it. And you know what? They did great. I was the only one preventing that team from being able to go forward. That was a big learning moment for me. Now, I've had this repeat a few times where I've done this transition into kind of leading the team. And like I said, it was hard to let it go. I knew I needed to delegate. I knew I had tasks I shouldn't be doing. Even just last week, I started training somebody up on how to upload videos into our portal. I mean, this is something that I probably shouldn't have been doing for years. I needed to get better at looking at my tasks and seeing what type of things were they. Are they driving tasks, or are they kind of like working independent contributor task? The first question I had to ask is this kind of a strategic driving the team type of task? That's probably something as a leader I should be working. Is it something that requires absolutely no expertise? If literally anybody could pick this up with some basic access and basic, here's what you should do, that's definitely the first thing I should get off my plate. Now, the hard one is the transferable expertise, meaning someone could learn it, but I'm probably the only one who knows how to do it, and it takes someone to actually ramp up. Those are the tough ones to let go. Now, on the slide here, I refer to the concept of the holding the reins, the sled, the driver in it. As a team, the sled needs to get somewhere. And someone is doing the really hard work of making sure that sled is moving. But the driver needs to be able to take a look and give nudges and guidance to make sure the sled gets to where it's supposed to go. Together, you succeed. And you can't do both. So what did I learn? Well, I learned the don't do two jobs at once thing. That didn't work for me. I also learned something that I didn't know then, but I see now, that I was blocking the team from growing. I was keeping them from expanding their own capabilities and from doing it better than I could. So part of me delegating, apart from getting my load lighter, was also making sure that the right work was going to the right people who had the right expertise. Trying to do it all meant stuff's not getting picked up by anybody else. I'm still the bottleneck, not providing growth opportunities. The job's not getting done right. I had to learn to trust my team. I needed to be able to say, this is not in my ballpark. This should be somebody else's work. And I'm not going to say that I've solved this completely today. This is an ongoing challenge. But I like to think that over time, we get better and better at this. Better and better at being able to give away work that somebody else could probably help us with. Now, the next challenge I want to talk about is part of becoming a leader and making decisions. I needed to accept that maybe I didn't have all the answers, right? But being on the team, I'm used to being the expert about something, right? And also, I really enjoy being right. Like, I have been in conversations where I have argued well past the point of being constructive just so I could be right. When I was part of the team, my opinions on a subject was only a part of what leadership was taking into account. And probably any decisions I made, they're going to impact me. I'm probably going to have to fix it. I'm the only one affected. So someone would ask, is this hill the one you really want to die on? And my answer would usually be along the lines of like, yes, I want to fight on every hill, meaning I will go and use my opinion and what I believe in every time. And I found it difficult taking that kind of very self-directed decision-making model out into a leadership position. Because now my decisions affected somebody else. Now I could affect company strategy. But I had a hard time accepting that maybe, I was wrong about something. And looking back, there's probably a lot of times I tried to, play all the odds to make sure I could always be right. But sometimes I was just being very rigid, sticking to what I knew. And on that being inflexible was definitely a problem early on when I first made that change. Now, back in the day, I remember sitting in some boardroom, talking about a product release with some other managers, as managers like to do. And somebody drew a cliff and was implying we were going to be going over a cliff. I don't know why the cliff was there. What I remember was I didn't care. I didn't care about what the customers felt. I didn't care about what other people's opinions were about the situation. We had issues in the software release. My team had flagged that the release candidate was not ready. I was going to fight that we had to make sure that this release was solid. It did not matter what the customers needed or what deadlines they had. Now, it never occurred to me even that I was wrong, right? I was thinking about software delivery as a software developer, a practitioner. I was looking at it as someone that wanted to fight for the right to do software delivery the way it should be done. But I wasn't being flexible. I wasn't willing to take input from other sides, from the business, and admit that I might be wrong or that there might be another way. Another side of this, trying to make decisions and accept possibly not having all the answers, is in the hiring process. Now, a long time ago, I was involved in the hiring process for a new employee. Now, they wouldn't be reporting to me directly, but I was in the hiring decision. I was mentoring them. Ultimately, I was responsible for their success. So several candidates later in the process, I recommended we hire Chad. Now, their name was not actually Chad, but for the purpose of this session, their name's Chad. Chad was extremely good in the interview. Great communication skills, good sense of humor, really matched with the culture vibe of our team. I thought we could work together. Usually, if someone can learn and has really good communication skills, you can usually upskill them on whatever they're lacking. And the first project we got together on was a massive disaster. Like, even our most experienced people on the team were struggling. Like, this was not the best intro. But Chad seemed to be struggling a little bit more. I chalked it up to maybe learning new skills, being new, not the best first project to take on. I ignored some red flags. I only saw them later. Things like Chad wasn't learning from mistakes. Same issues were cropping up again and again. And Chad didn't seem to absorb information. You'd often have to explain the same concepts over and over again. And Chad was ignoring details, trying to get things done fast rather than focusing on, doing it right. I wanted to keep investing in it, right? I definitely couldn't be that I was wrong about this person, right? There must be something that I'm doing that I have not put this person into the right position yet for them to succeed. I must have been right, right? But the project failures continued. Project after project. Eventually, we had to admit this was not working out. I was wrong. And I can say that now with conviction, but at the time, it was really hard to admit that I had made a mistake in how I chose someone to join our team. Now, what did these types of scenarios teach me? Well, I learned I needed to adapt my thinking. I needed to accept that not always right. I didn't always have all of the information. I had to be flexible. I had to think what the management buzzword handbooks always say, right? Think of the bigger picture. It wasn't that I should ignore my instincts or ignore the expertise I built up, but I needed to bring all of the parts of the solution together and take everything into account. Everything that was available to me was part of the final solution that would work. It didn't all just have to come from me. The next challenge I want to talk about is the challenge of switching off the expert mode and going through that whole, I'm the expert on the team and now I'm the boss. Because a lot of times when we're on a team, we have some kind of demonstrated excellence. We have an ability to execute. We have a certain skill set that we built time over, and we're really good at something. And when you go and you switch to that leadership job for the first time, the skill sets don't necessarily always match up, and you feel like you're starting over. You're now expected to be really good at coaching and mentoring and project management and strategic thinking. But when you make that first move, it can be hard to feel comfortable. I know I felt like I had no idea what I was doing, right? I was used to knowing what I was doing. I used to leverage experience to do what I did. I knew how to work on my stuff. I knew how to take those tasks. But things like delegation, this was all going to be new to me. And in that sense, where you start feeling like you don't really know what's going on, I had the struggle of how to build trust in my leadership, right? Because here I am, thinking I have no clue what I'm doing. It's kind of like imposter syndrome, except I actually have no clue what I'm doing, right? I found it very awkward, even if my teammates didn't, trying to adjust a relationship with them. Like, how are you going to think that I'm going to make the right decisions? How am I going to build you up some kind of trust that I can do this right? Now, eventually, I was able to build that up and change those relationships. But it wasn't management training or anything like that that gave me the tools to do it. I eventually had to become comfortable making decisions, but doing a few things that could build up trust. So 3 things that I started keying in on were, 1, how do I get some kind of demonstrated competence, an easy win early, right? So everybody in this new model gets to have a success. Secondly, how do I improve my level of empathy and show that I'm listening and show that I'm understanding their situation? And third, a lot of honesty. That was a really big part for me. But I think empathy was probably the hardest one early on for me to adjust and learn. Now, something else that was a particular challenge for me was going from being a part of the team to then managing my former boss. Now, we're going to refer to my boss as Steve. Now, Steve, amazing developer, was leading the R&D team, but for personal reasons, had moved out of town, was no longer going to be in the office, working remote, decided to just become a member of the team, so was no longer managing it. And then eventually, at some point, I got promoted. Well, I went from reporting to Steve, then I was being Steve's teammate, and now I'm managing Steve. How's this going to work? There's no way I can know more about management than this person does, right? It turned out it wasn't that big of a deal. Something that I learned from this was that Steve, being a former manager, brought a tool set to the team that I could actually use as a new manager. Try to find this if you can, right? Because they know what a leader goes through. They know what you need to succeed. And it means I didn't need to necessarily be an expert at the role, right? I could use the skills within the team to be able to do better. Now, one other thing that I've encountered when making that transition from team member into leadership was that when you do it within the same team, you have a lot of expertise in what the team's doing right now, especially early on in that transition, right? It's very hard to stop providing expertise. I was on a call with one of my reports once, and they were asking me a question. And my head's in expert mode, and I go into this long-winded answer, trying to show all the things that could be looked into, different options, blah, 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 blah. And at one point, thankfully, they interrupted me. Said, Jason, I know about the options. I've gone and looked at it. I have a plan. What I'd like to know is if this is one that you'd be able to support me in, whether you see any issues with it. And there's a light bulb moment for me, right? It's like, I've got the wrong hat on, right? In that instance, I needed to be aware. I needed to see that this was not someone coming to me for my expertise. I needed to be less directive, less heavy direction, and more of a supporting coaching model, right? And listening. I needed to realize that people aren't always going to be coming to me anymore about my expertise, right? They're coming to me for a different reason. I'm no longer that expert on the team. I'm not expected to be that expert on the team. So all of these different scenarios, what they added up to is that I needed to learn how to listen. I didn't have to be the expert. I did not need to focus on me. I needed to change the focus to my team member. That meant empathy. That meant being able to understand and be situationally aware of what does someone need. And I'm not saying that that is easy, but it is definitely something that I'm trying to focus on more, is being able to react to the situation. Now, one of the things that expertise is really helpful for is understanding what our team members are going through, because we've done it. We've just been there. We know exactly what they're working on pretty much. So it's really easy for us to empathize and understand the kind of challenges they're going to go through. Day to day, this is something you got to get better and better at. Definitely something that I am trying to work better and better at this over time. Now, one topic I want to touch on was the middle part of middle management. When you first take a step up and start becoming the leader in a team, you start having this new sensations. Usually the first time that you're going to have multiple directions that you are pushing out on and that are pushing in. And sometimes all the directions are coming in on you. And that can be really pressuring and like you feel like it's too much. Sometimes you can adjust to it. Sometimes you can just adjust to how much is coming in and kind of deal with it over time. But sometimes you have to start pushing back. I can think of a time several years ago where I was working at an implementation agency. Probably the most extreme scenario where I felt really pushed on all angles. I did not handle it very well. I was not paying enough attention at the time to what my team was going through and what I needed to do for them. See, my team was struggling with this project. I mentioned earlier the project that was horribly awful that no one should start on. Yeah, that one. Everything was going wrong. If there was an estimate for a timeline, out the window. There was no way that that was going to happen. My team needed the timeline to change, but the customer, they had a very specific real life date that could not be moved. There was no flexibility. So my management wants us to stay on budget. My team needs a change in the timeline. The customer's not willing to budge on anything. I had never felt the iron triangle more than in that instance. So I sat down and came up with a plan, something I thought could work. Several of the things that were in the real world were happening on different dates. Maybe there was a way for us to shuffle around some of the work, and instead of trying to do it all up front, deliver it a little bit incrementally into their production mode, be able to get them where they needed to be by the different times that they needed to be. Work with the customer, prioritize everything. Let's figure something out. Sounded like a great idea. Until it went completely wrong. See, to make it happen, my team wound up having to do a ridiculous amount of overtime just to barely make the deadlines. So we were over budget. My management's not happy. The customer didn't get everything they wanted when they wanted it, and we were barely making it in time for them. They weren't happy. My team, having to do all that overtime, they were not happy. The whole thing goes into this massive retrospective. Like, what went wrong? And there were a lot of things that went wrong. But when I look back at it, the thing I regret is that I didn't fight to say no. I didn't fight for my team. I didn't fight to say, we shouldn't be doing this. I regret that. Now, there's another example being in the middle from back in my product days. I was very new to this whole leadership thing, meeting executives to talk about our product roadmap. Now, I didn't know it at the time, but we were doing something that was basically agile development. We would do, weekly product releases, and we were getting QA feedback on those, getting the release candidates out, and we would prioritize all of our work, constantly refining what was in our backlog, and our releases would have a flexible scope. This made us really happy because we were very predictable. We knew when a release was going to go out, and development could make sure we were adjusting the scope on the fly all the time. Worked really well. Except that was not what worked for upper management. See, they didn't want to know that release 4.7 was coming out. They wanted to know what was in it. And I tried to explain how the scope was flexible. We didn't really know what was going to be in it, but they needed to have some idea about what our roadmap looked like. At different points in time over a year, what are we giving to customers? How do we plan our customer projects around these different product releases? So the need was clear. I needed some kind of high-level product plan. But as a new leader to the team, I was feeling the pressure to do exactly what was asked. Because, I wasn't the expert on this, right? These executives have been doing this a long time. They probably know more than what. But something felt wrong, right? How am I going to get my team to commit to these timelines when we don't even know what the work is or how big it is? And then planning that out a full year in advance, like my gut's telling me to fight it, but my head is having a hard time rationalizing why. Now, at the time, I didn't know there was a whole bunch of product management techniques around this, or how do you establish flexibility in a product roadmap? How do you keep a roadmap, high level investment themes? How do you convey plans without commitment, right? Like I was just trying to figure stuff out at the time. But even if I had all the tools at that time, I knew everything about product management somehow, magically put in my head. Would I have fought back against the executives in that scenario? Or would I have caved to what upper management was asking? Being the new leader, being someone with inexperience. I feel like now, with the experience I have, I would feel comfortable in punching upwards and wouldn't feel as awkward. But when you become a new leader in a team, you don't feel like you necessarily have that credibility, have that weight. So it can be tough. It can be tough to do that punching. Now, I learned from these scenarios. I learned that what I needed to do as a leader was to say no. I knew I needed to fight for my team and say, hey, this is not happening. Every time I tried to make everybody happy at the expense of my team, it did not pay off. And ultimately, it was eating away at my own credibility as a leader. So I needed to make sure that I had the tools in place to be able to do my best job as a leader. And I knew I had to try to fight harder. I still struggle with no. I mean, it's built into me to support people and help them. I really hate it not doing that. I started to learn that others are experiencing the same challenges, that they are also constraints, often why they're asking for something, right? And they understand the same lack of resources because they're having the same issue. But I also know that sometimes saying no doesn't work. I've gone in and, I've pushed back and said, can't do this. And I've been told, do it anyway. Yeah, I've learned that one, had to do that. But I felt like when I've looked back on those scenarios that at least I could say I was fighting for my team. I did everything I could to make sure my team was going to have the best scenario for them. Now, the last topic I want to take on is very important to me, and it's about mental health. There must be a billion things written about mental health and burnout and trying to do self-care and balancing work life. I don't want to rehash all of that, but I think that folks like us who are doing a transition between being a member of a team into then leading a team, we face this unusually high percentage of having this burnout because it's a lot to take on. And like I said earlier, it's hard to pass that stuff off that you've been doing previously. There's all these built up expectations of what you do today. And now there's a bunch of expectations of what you're going to do next. I spoke earlier about when I was managing the R&D team and how I decided to do both jobs. And I eventually burned myself out under a year. I was not doing well. I certainly felt like I'd been doing two jobs for that year. At one point, I had so little left in the tank, I just started looking around. Started trying to find something that was not management. So I was pinning it completely on all that strategic management work. I felt I must not be the right fit. I'm not the same as these others that are up here doing management. So I needed to change. I needed to find something that was more like an independent contributor, something that I didn't have strategy on, task-based. I knew, I'd seen in my own team, a lot of people go back and forth between being the manager and going back to independent, and that this is a common thing. So I figured it wasn't going to be a big issue. And at the very least, I'd find myself more comfortable. Maybe that would make me feel a little bit better. So took a new job, and about 3 months into that job, I started trying to lead groups, join Tiger teams, suggest process changes. I could not help myself. I was probably doing more strategy work in that position than I'd been doing at my previous job. And somehow I was feeling better. How's that working out? The hint is it was the two jobs thing. See, when I went to this new job, I didn't have any baggage of what I should have been already doing. There was nothing I had to get rid of in order to take on that extra level. I was the one that was a problem, yes, but it wasn't that I wasn't a match for leadership. I wasn't a match for management. The problem I had was I didn't transition. I didn't do all the things I knew I had to do, like delegating, all that, to transition from being a member of the team to then leading that team. And more recently, March 2020 landed for me. A lot of people over the last year have had really challenging times, and it's been a very hard year for a lot of folks. I thought I had it pretty good. I thought I balanced things pretty well with my work as a manager and also as an independent contributor. I already worked remote before any of this pandemic happened. But when it hit, it felt like stuff was just piling up, and it was like I just hit a limit. I didn't understand what was happening because I was already a remote worker. Nothing had changed. Essentially, my work balance of items were not changing. I hadn't taken on anything big and new. I wasn't trying to do too much independent contributor work. I was trying to balance everything there. But it turns out if you spend a year with a whole bunch of unknown things in your personal lifestyle and a whole bunch of unforeseen changes that you weren't preparing for, it starts to add up. So I started to recognize some of the feelings I was having were very similar to the last time I had burnout. And didn't seem to be this management thing this time around, right? I knew what to expect there. I made sure to balance my work roles, and I made sure to try to delegate as much as possible and balance between work and home. So I thought. I seemed to do my best to keep everything under control and avoid the two jobs thing. What didn't occur to me was that I was focusing completely on balancing work and making sure that those didn't overload and then keeping a certain amount for life. But I didn't take into account that my life part of how much of my mental health would be used there had grown and needed more of me. I needed to learn about how to balance better. Now, there's a thread by someone on Twitter, at Gen++, that went really well into this and talked about burnout and how often we are the ones who are put on to fix this. We're told things like, go have a vacation, you'll feel better. But it's not fixing the underlying issue, right? It's just a temporary fix. You wind up coming back to the exact same systemic issue that's there. And unless you resolve that systemic issue, you don't solve for the long game. And so balancing is a way of trying to be part of that solution for the systemic issue. And what I learned was it's not just about work-life balance. It's about balancing what can you handle from a mental health load and look at all the aspects. Sometimes your life might need more of the balance than others. Now, the biggest thing to help me in learning this was that I started recognizing my burnout symptoms. And now monitoring your own mental health is not something that is easy to do. If you can get professional help for it, that is awesome. But what I did know was that a short vacation was not going to do this. It's not always going to solve the main problem, and you can't always solve it by just balancing work responsibilities. So sometimes, for me, it's been about saying no to things, right? Reducing the number of things that are on my plate so that I can have fewer things that I'm having to focus on. And sometimes it's about having a recharge outlet, like a hobby, right? For me, if I do 30 minutes of playing some video games on the Xbox, I can feel myself starting to recharge, rebuild my capacity. Sometimes it's about shifting between different task types, whether it's procedural or strategic, right? Like if you're doing too much of one, maybe take a break from that, give your brain a little bit of a rest. It's all about not overloading yourself mentally. It's kind of a marathon. It's a very long game we're running in. And we have to ration ourselves. We have to be doing the things that are going to keep us going over that time. Now, across this session, I mentioned we'd look at those specific challenges. And we looked at 5 topics. And you can use these and the stories in them to take those lessons as building blocks. Things that you can then do to start addressing other challenges that you see in management. Now, the first thing we looked at was, how do you share your load? How do you learn to delegate more of your tasks and take on a more strategic role in the team? The second one we looked at was focusing on adapting, right? Using everything and all the tools available to you and accepting that sometimes you don't have all of the. Next, and this is probably one of the most important ones, was listening. How do we make sure that we're not being the hero, we're not being the expert? Our leadership success is going to be about how well I can listen to others and make them the focus. Also, we need to learn how to say no and punch up for our team. How do we fight for our team and help them be able to do what they need to do? And the final section was, how do we balance? How do we monitor our mental health, make sure we're balancing everything in our lives so that we can be here and ready for that long game? Now, there's a lot of stories we went through. Hopefully, some of those experiences of mine are going to resonate with something you're experiencing. There's a bunch we didn't go into today. But if you use these basic building blocks, I think you're going to be able to find you can face a lot of those new challenges. I know you've got this, but I'd like you to connect. Really, I'd want to hear about, what are you going through? What challenges are you seeing? For me, this is a continuous learning path, and hopefully we'll see each other out there together. Thanks.
Bhavya.
Hi. How would we know when we are live?
I think it is now. We are still not live.
Hello, Nikhil, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I think our audio is there. We don't know. Yeah, definitely audio is like audio is playing over the music.
Nikhil, maybe you could just switch off YouTube. Maybe there's some latency issue because of that. I don't know. You're getting stuck.
Yeah. I was trying to find if we are live with the audio or not. Yeah, I muted the video.
Cool. It still has our sound though.
Yeah, I think, yeah. It's really weird. I think Moxa made only the audio live and talked about it. By just thinking we are live again.
Should I start to just share my screen?
Maybe try that. Obviously, there will be a delay. Yeah, I think one of the I think it's going to start.
Yeah.
Awesome. You're live.
Okay, so yeah, hi everyone. This is Bhavya Mehta here. I'm from India. I'm a React developer, mainly a web developer, and I've been working on JavaScript and related things for a while now. And here I am trying to present like how can you use JavaScript in an optimized way so that you can write less code and you can achieve more functionality. At the same time, we are also going to look at some cool tips and tricks from the latest JavaScript, and which could help you make your application more readable, more maintainable. So yeah, can you like introduce yourself as well, Nikhil?
Sure. I'm Nikhil. I'm also from India. I'm from Chennai, and I'm a front-end developer. I currently work at Cloudera. So mostly I work on React. I use JavaScript, TypeScript, and all the ecosystem of technologies around JavaScript and React. So yeah, as Bhavya mentioned, today's topic is how you can write less code and without giving up the functionality that you're trying to do. And yeah, this is our topic today. And yeah, Bhavya, I can start us off. Yeah.
Perfect. So the first topic that we're going to cover is conditional. So that basically means, how to avoid writing if else, how to avoid writing switch cases, and how to, not write a lot of code to check like a particular condition or a particular value, like for any variable, and then achieve the same functionality. So I'm going to quickly start, and as you can see on my screen, so this is our normal way of, like I have a user type, say called a super admin, and I have to decide whether that user has access to all different routes in the application or whether he has access to specific particular routes. So the traditional way to do it is write if else, and you go ahead and check that condition. If not, then assign the value on basis of it. But a better way to write the same thing would be to just use the ternary operator. By ternary operator, what do we mean is we first write the condition that we need to check. So over here, we need to check that is the user type equal to super admin. If yes, then this is the true value that will get assigned to the variable user access. If not, this is the false value that will get assigned to the same variable user access. So you see, you can write the same thing in one line. And a lot of guys or a lot of us already use this, but this is very powerful. It makes the whole code a lot more readable. And yeah, you can achieve the same functionality in a line. So just a quick recap, you write the condition first, then a question mark, after that, the true value, then a colon and the false value. So that's how you write this one. I'm going to quickly comment that one out. Next one is about a lot of times because JavaScript is not strictly typed or heavily typed, for every variable you can have different values that it can end up getting, the falsy values like a null value, undefined value, an empty string value, a zero value, and whatnot. So you'll have to write all those checks here, and you'll have to make sure that it is none of that, and only then assign another variable or do anything with that particular variable. So if you see over here, first I'm checking for the null value, and then I'm checking for the undefined value. Actually, this should be and. Yeah. So then we are also checking for the empty string value. And if it is none of this, then it's a true the value, and I go ahead and assign it to a different variable. But the same thing with the use of the OR operator can be achieved in a simple line wherein you have a variable and you just OR it with the true the value. So if this value ends up being undefined, if this value ends up being null or empty string, it would always take up new. So let me quickly try to give an example of this one. So .log variable 2.
I have to define that variable 1 first. It's not defined before.
Yeah. So first I'll be doing that. Thank you for that. Yeah. So over here I have defined a variable, but it does not have a valid value. So if I also do a console log on variable 1, you'll see it's an undefined variable because basically I just declared it, but I have not defined it or not assigned it a value. Similarly, I can, put this as empty strings. You'll still see this as new. Similarly, I can put this as null. You'll still see this as new. And as soon as say I assign some value, for example, through the string. So the console log would end up printing the variable 1 value. So you can achieve the same functionality doing those multiple checks in one line with an OR operator. So it's again like all the falsy values would be defaulted to the true the value that you end up giving here. So variable 2 would always end up being new whenever this is false or a falsy value. So that's about this one. So a similar example for something we use in real world all the time. So we always have an environment variable. We check for that environment variable, and we use this a lot when we want to do the development on the local environment or run the API on the local environment. So you check whether that host value is present. If not, then you default to localhost. So we were able to do the same thing using OR operator, wherein you check for the environment variable. If it exists, great. If not, then you default to localhost. So this one is that. Next, we go to nullish coalescing. So what this one is, like you saw above, for all the falsy values, we can do that check. But over here, it is possible that you want to have that as an empty string. You all want to have the value of the variable username as 0 or anything. So these are not falsy values. You just want to have a check for undefined and null specifically. So in those scenarios, what you'll be doing is, if you see now it's printed empty string over here, if I put 0, so still, it ends up printing 0. But as soon as I make it undefined.
Bhavya, if I can interrupt, you have to console log the name basically. The console logging the username.
Yeah, sorry. So it's guessed here. Now, if I define this as 0, you'll see we get 0 for name. Similarly, if I do an empty string, I'll still get the name as empty string. So basically, now only if username is null or undefined, it will end up taking the default guessed value. So now it is undefined. Now let me try to put it as null, and you still see that you get this value as guessed. So we use double question marks here, which is nullish coalescing, which is fairly new in JavaScript, but it helps a lot specifically when you need to have null and undefined checks and nothing else that you want to check for. So you should be using this. So that one. Now, similar way, like we have the, sorry. So in the similar way, we have AND operator. So the way we use AND operator is like the OR operator would assign that value in the same way. And what AND operator would do is, if you have a function, if you have something on the DOM that you want to display, whether on a specific variables through the value. For example, if this is true, like the user is logged in, then you go to the home page or reroute to the home page. So if only if this is true, the statement will go on and try to execute this particular function. This is extensively used in the latest frameworks like React, Next, etc. And we use this a lot to control the DOM elements. So I have an example for that here. So I declared my DOM. So is logged in. If it's true, then this is the traditional way, like using a ternary operator or an if else. So if is logged in is true, then assign the DOM as the span. If not, then null. So let me do a console.log. I obviously need to also declare the is logged in variable. Okay. Let me declare it at the top. Equal to true. I'm going to again comment this part of code out because we don't have that particular function. And
You already declared DOM, so
oh, so
make it
let me just bullet down. So if you see here, so is logged in is true, and you get the span as the correct value of the DOM. And if I put this as false, it would be null. So that is expected, but the same functionality can be built using the AND operator. So if you oversee here, it will automatically take this value. And as soon as I make this as false, it will be false. Why? Because this is false, and like if I do false and any true the value, it will end up being false. So that's why DOM becomes false. So AND operator is extensively used to control the layout. Like if you want to show a particular modal, if you want to show a particular input box. So for example, a person clicks on a button, and after that you set the value of a particular variable as show, or you set show modal as true. And as soon as that is true, you display the modal. So you can use show modal and the DOM of that particular modal. So that is one way of using the AND operator. Now this is again fairly new and used a lot. So this is called optional chaining. What we are doing here is, if we have an object which is deeply nested, the older way of doing things was I would have to have a check which would first say that whether the adventure object is present. If yes, then do an and. Then I would check adventure dog is present, then do an and adventure.dog.name, and only then assign this value. So this was the traditional way of doing it, that for every property and the object itself, we had to do a check whether it existed and it had a value or it was defined, and only then assign it to a particular variable. But with optional chaining, we can achieve all of that in just one line. So the way you can do that is over here, you check adventure dog, and you have this question mark, which is like whether it actually exists. If not, then you again default it to a empty string or whatever value you want. So now if I have, okay, so to just check whether this actually works, I can go into do this to cat, and you see it worked, right? And as soon as I do it to dog, this will become an empty string. Or if I say Tom, it will take up that particular value. So you can use optional chaining when you have, a very like a deeply nested object where there are a lot of properties on it, and you don't want to do like write this long statement for every property. So you go ahead and just do an optional chaining. So for example, over here, if I had say another cat, then age, or actually birth date could be date 26, comma, month, say November. Okay, but I don't have a year. So if I wanted to do that, then I'll have to do a cat, then optional chain, then I do a birth date, I do a question mark dot, then I check year. So if you see, I'll end up getting say 1999. So it goes and it checks whether it is present. If not, then it will default to that particular value. So yeah, these are the few things on conditionals. There are more things for sure, which y'all can share with us or y'all can let us know. And I'll now hand over to Nikhil to continue the session.
So yeah, Bhavya, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Am I sharing the screen? Okay, cool. So now let's look at variables. Some tips and tricks on how you can optimize writing variables in some one-liners or with less code. So variables, that's the building block for any project. So if you take any language, any project, any framework, variables are the main building blocks. So there are few things. So most of the things you might know from what I'll show, and there are few things that really interesting things I'm planning to show here. So yeah, let's start with the simple one. So variable declaration. So you might have known this is a single line declaration where you declare each variable separately. So let x, let y, and let z equal to 3. So we are defining and assigning it separately. And the shorthand for it is obviously you can do it in a single line using a single let, and using separated by commas, you can separate it out and define the variables and declare them and assign them as well. So it's a shorthand property. Most of you have known it. So it's just started. And again, assigning variables using array destructuring. So you define those variables, you are assigning them separately. This is fine. What if you, is there any better way to do it? Absolutely, yes. We have a shortened operator for it. So this is basically array destructuring. So you have the values inside an array, 3 values, and you can destructure them into a different variable, A, B, and C. So now A will have the value 5, B will have value 8, and C will have value 12. So this you can define directly like this, or this is even more useful when let's say you have a function and that function returns an array as a return type, and returns an array. And instead of setting the entire return type into one variable and then using the variable as array of let's say the variable is ARR array, and array of 0, array of 1, instead of doing that, you can restructure them and do a separate variable, something like this. So that's an array destructuring thing. And you might have seen it, and if you are using React, you might have seen it in useState function hook. So useState returns to array of 2 values. One is the state itself, and another is a function to update the state. So you are usually you will be destructuring those into 2 different variables and use them. So that's one way to do assign variables using array destructuring. Now let's look at object destructuring, how you can get objects from, how you can get variables from objects. So the first way, obviously traditional way, is to do using dot notation, chaining the properties. So if you want to get an ID, you will use the object name and dot, and then the property name. And if you want to get the degree that is deeply nested inside, you will use user.education.degree. This can be cumbersome if you are having multiple layers, and if you are using the same layer. So for example, here in education, if you want to get the field of study as well, I'll do user.education.degree, and again I have to do user.education.field of study. So it's a repeated kind of thing, right? You are doing user.education twice. So for those, and also sometimes here, if you are not using optional chaining that Bhavya talked about, you might end up getting some errors. So instead of that, there's a short way to do it. That is object restructuring. So you will have the object name at the right hand side, and in the left you will restructure them. Similar to array restructuring. Here, what the only thing is, your variable name should match the property name that is inside the object. So this ID should match the name here, the property name here, and you can further destructure it. So I'm destructuring the education further and getting the degree and field of study property out of it. So now you are end up with three variables. So ID, education is not a variable. You are further destructuring it. So this is not a variable, and degree is a variable, and field of study is a variable. And one more thing is, you're not stuck with the name, so you can rename it, you can alias it. That's what we are going to look at next. So you have the ID here, and I don't want the field of study property name, so I can alias it to major. So first you have to destructure it the similar way how you did, and you can use colon and then the alias name that you want. Now you have three variables: ID, degree, and major. So field of study is not a variable anymore. You alias it to major. So that's aliasing. Now let's look at default values. What if you have some empty values? So let's say you are getting this user variable from an API, and the user hasn't entered their education and the field of study in degree and field of study, and education object is basically empty here. So if you do that, and if you are trying to restructure it in your application, you will get this type error. So you can see in the right hand side, you cannot read property degree of undefined. So what basically it means is, you are destructuring degree. This is completely fine. You can destructure degree. So you can destructure education. So if I don't have this degree, I don't see the error. And if I console log education here, I will see undefined. That's completely fine because we don't have the education property. But here what we are doing is we are further restructuring the undefined property into and get the degree property out of it. That's why we have this. It says cannot read degree of undefined. So it can't read the degree property out of the undefined variable. So that's an issue here. So to solve that, we can use default values. So here if you see, again, I'm using the same thing. I'm destructuring education and further destructuring getting the degree property. Here, the only difference is I'm assigning the default values as empty object to the education property. So now the education won't be undefined. It will be an empty object. And similarly, I'm destructuring the degree out of an empty object now. So previously I destructured the degree out of undefined. Now I'm destructuring the degree out of empty object. So now the degree will be undefined. It won't throw any errors. Right? So what if we have a two layer of restructuring now? So let's say we have education and we are restructuring school property. There's a school property in education, and we are further restructuring and getting the name of the school. So, and here we only have default value for education. So that's one level. So we have default value for education now. That's an empty object, and we are destructuring school. Now school will be undefined because we don't have a school property in this empty object. That will be undefined. Now we are destructuring name from an undefined variable. So school is undefined, and we are destructuring the name property out of it. So that's why you see the error here. Cannot read property name of undefined. So to fix that, there are two solutions. So one is the same way how we did for education. You do the default value assignment for school. So now this default value is for education, and you have school, and you have default value for school here. And now the default value of school is empty object, and you are destructuring name property from an empty object that will be undefined, and you won't see any errors in the console, and JavaScript won't throw any errors. So that's one solution. That's the same solution that we did for assigning the default value for education. Now you have second approach. So in this approach, we don't explicitly define an empty object for school, but instead what you do is you, while defining the initial, I mean the default value for education, you define the school property inside education as well. So you end up defining only one default value with the school property and assigning school property to empty. So now when you destructure, uh, the school property is present inside education and it's empty object, and you are destructuring the name out of an empty object. So you end up, having undefined value here, but you don't, JavaScript won't throw any others. So when you initially look at it, yeah, you might see this one is better if you are doing optional chaining. But if you are using multi-level thing, then you have to do optional chaining for all those levels, and you have to find it. And there is not a neat way to do in JavaScript. I mean, I would recommend if you are, keen on, detecting bugs in build time itself, then TypeScript is the way to go. But this is something you can do in JavaScript to avoid most of the bugs. Now let's look at some interesting thing. This is one of my favorite. I recently came to know about this. So this is decimal base exponents. So you might have some variables in your project code base where it has multiple zeros in the suffix of it, and if from initial point you couldn't identify what that is, you have to count the zeros and get to know about what the value really is. So for that, there's an way to JavaScript allows us a way to represent the variable here, represent the number property here. So here you can represent it using decimal base exponents. So the first thing is the prefix. So you can give any number here, and followed by E and followed by the number of zeros. So here I have 7 zeros, so I did 1 followed by 7 zeros. So this is the format for it. So you can define any number in the prefix of E. So you can define, if you want 1100, you can do 11 E2, something like that. So this is something really interesting. You can it's a way to represent a number, but ultimately JavaScript will consider that as a number. So if you console log the exponent, it will still be 1 followed by 7 zeros. It's just a syntactic sugar just for our understanding. So yeah, something. And let's say you have those. This is fine if you have only zeros in the suffix. But what if you have a number like this? It doesn't have zero. So now the decimal exponent won't work. So in that case, what you can do is you can use numeric separators. So what it does is you can separate it out based on your numeric system. So I'm followed the general system where you have a separator in the thousands, and you have a separator in 100,000, and you have a separator in the million and billions. So now when you look at it, you can easily say it's 25 billion, 640 million, 353, 300,000, and 592. So this is also syntactic sugar, similar to exponents. So ultimately JavaScript will store as a number only. So it won't be storing all the placeholders here. Okay, as you can see, just the number, same number that you see without the separator as well. So this is also a really interesting part. You can use it in your application where you have a large number and you want to separate it out, and for your personal understanding, and for other your team members for better understanding. So this is something you can look at. Yeah, I hope you have enjoyed it, and we have a couple of more topics. And now, Bhavya, can you take over?
Perfect, Nikhil. So can you please stop sharing your screen? I think so I'll not be able to share without it here.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Perfect. So we go. Yeah. So now we are going to talk about something which we use a lot in JavaScript, which is arrays and loops. So I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to dive right in. So the first example is about merging a couple of arrays. So this is again a new ES6 feature where we talk about spreading an array or an object. So I have an array defined here as A, and then I have an array defined as B. To merge those two arrays, I can obviously use some other loops or concatenate or other things. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to spread the first array, I'm going to spread the second array, and I'm going to spread them on a parent array. So if you see, if I console log that merged array, I get all the other elements. So as soon as I add another variable, say 10 here, so we have that element as well. This also works for objects. So I would genuinely, maybe tell you to try it out or something for sure. So this is about the merged array. Then I'm going to talk about how to get unique values from an array. So this is also something we use or we need a lot in our web applications or our web development. You might have a ton of categories that the users could belong to, or a ton of categories for the products that they can belong to. So if you just want all the unique categories to maybe add those values in a drop down or to have those labels somewhere, then it would be a nice way to just pick like all those categories which are duplicate, or get a list of all the categories, and to find the unique out of them, you first convert that particular array into a set. So set is a new data set which has been introduced after ES6. What it does is basically it cannot have duplicate values and it can have only one instance of one value. So you convert your array into a set, then you spread it again in a parent array, and the output is obviously the unique array, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you look at this over here and this, it is pretty cool because you don't need to write any more loops here. You don't need to maintain a flag. You don't need to check whether it already exists, etc. You just put it in a set and then spread it on a parent array. Another important use case could be that if you have a rating system, say you are building maybe something like an e-commerce platform, and on that, for every product you have a lot of ratings. So you have an array of all the ratings, different values, maybe it could be from 1 to 5, and what you now want to do is find an average rating for that product. So a lot of us already use map filter, but we rarely use reduce. Reduce is very powerful in such scenarios. So we pass, like on that particular array, we have the reduce method, and what reduce does is basically it will take elements one after the other from the first element to the last element and try to reduce it to a singular value. So what we are doing here is we are reducing to a sum. So this function will end up returning the sum of the whole array that we are passing, and after that we divide it by the length of the array. So that's basically the number of elements, and that's how we get the average. So yeah, this one is also pretty useful and something that you should surely use in your day-to-day code. So now next one is array flat. This is also pretty simple and something that not a lot of people are aware of. So a lot of times you'll have nested arrays. So what do I mean by nested arrays is you'll have elements inside an array, and then the third element is an array itself. Or there could be an array over here, like if you see, it's elements, then an array inside it. So what flat does with no parameters is it flattens the array by one level. So if you see, it would spread all of those on the parent array. But if you see over here, because we had a couple of nested arrays, it ended up only flattening to one level. This still is an array. So to avoid that, or to like flatten to like all the elements, we have a good way to do that is you pass infinity to that flat, and you can also pass the level like 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you want to do it for n levels, like you're not sure how many levels it is nested up to, so you just passed infinite and it will flatten the complete array. So this is the expected output. So let me just console log this one for you. Okay.
I think it returns an flattened array. So if we just console log array 4.flat.
So maybe, yeah, maybe I'll need to write array 5, like load the output.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have that list of array. Thank you for that, Nikhil. And yeah, so basically you can flatten your array to n number of levels using the flat function. Something again very useful and should be ideally used every time you want to flatten an array. So that's about flattening an array. Then a couple of methods that we have on array that we can surely use to, just a second. Yeah, so for example, sometimes you might have values that you want to check on. So for example, I'm over here, I'm checking the variable value, whether it is 1, whether it is 1 inwards, whether it is 2 or 2 inwards. So you can have a number of conditions. It could be, like a user type customer, and you can have an array of routes. So which all routes he can access. So you don't want to check against each value individually. What you can do is just declare that array globally, maybe in your constants file, and then on that just check index of that particular value. So this would return -1 if the value does not exist inside the array, or it would return any positive integer or 0 if the value exists. So what would happen over here is you can easily check the value if it has that access, or whether it actually belongs to the values you want it to belong to, and you will not have to write n number of conditions for it. Another way to do that is also you can use the includes method, which is very similar to this. This will return true or false directly. This would just return an index. And again, just the fact to remember here is if the index is less than 0, which it is -1, then the value does not exist in the array. So yeah, this one is about that. This is a method which we would not be using a lot, but I wanted to cover it anyway, is basically the find index method, which is very similar to the find method if you have already heard about it. The find method tries to find the first element which meets the particular condition. In our case, the condition is it's greater than 13. So find index would just return the index of that particular element. So over here, it would return 3, which is 130, because 130 is the first number which is greater than 13. So yeah, this is find index. Next, we have a fill method. So over here, what happens in fill is basically you can fill all the elements from a start position to an end position with a particular value. So what I'm doing here is I'm filling the array 1 with the value 0 from position 2 till position 4. So basically these two elements would be converted to 4 or to 0. So if you see this again is very helpful when you want to reset to something, or you are like building a game and you want to reset all those values to 0 or to something like -1, like those points to anything. So this is a good way to do that. So if you are maintaining, say, scores of all the players in an array, and then you want to reset for a couple of players, this is a good way to do that. And then below I've added a few examples of the same, but yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. So this is again interesting. Like if I don't pass any start position, end position, it will just replace all the elements, and if I just pass the start position, it will start from there and it will replace till the end. So a couple of those things. Now this is also something very important that we use a lot, which is to access the last element, we tend to use array, and by box notation array.length -1. So this will end up giving us the last element of that particular array. But there is a better way to do it, or a simpler way to do it, which is more readable, wherein you can just write array.at and just call it with -1. This would return the last element. You call it with -2, it will return the second last element, and so on and so forth. This is exactly similar to the box notation, and there is nothing like this is better than the other one. But one good part about this one is that you are not doing this computation, which, being honest, does not matter a lot. But yeah, like you are avoiding one computation and also at the same time making the code more readable. So again, this is a built-in method which you can for sure use to access elements from the end of an array. So this was that. Now, a few things about the loops. So we have a lot of different loops in JavaScript. I'm not going to cover all of them because obviously, like you guys might be knowing a lot of them already. The loop which is extensively used in JavaScript is for loop and various syntaxes for it. So the basic way to do is just a simple for loop. Then we have a let, or we call this as a for off loop, wherein you can go over the fruit from fruits. So basically fruit would be mango, then peach, then banana, so on and so forth. There is also a for in loop wherein you can like just want to get the index, so index of the first element, second element, third element, and then you can do fruits of the index, so then you will get mango, peach, banana, etc. So there is a for in loop, there is a for of loop. These have their own use cases. One of the use cases where for of works well is when you want to write something which might take like asynchronous inside a loop, or if you want to use async await inside a loop, then this might be a good way. But now there are better methods like promise all. But yeah, if you want to loop through it, then this is also one good method to do it. Now, I would also like to talk about two loops or two methods that we rarely use, which is sum and every. So they talk like the names itself talk a lot about the methods. So say for example, I have an array over here, and I want to check whether some of these values are greater than something, or some of these particular values meet a particular condition. Then this is a brilliant way to use it. Similarly, you can use every, wherein you have some like every value meeting a particular condition. So for example, you want a list of all the items which are like if you want to check whether all the products inside your store are below a particular value, so you can use every in that scenario. And yeah, again, like these things can directly be built with filter or find. You can use that in a way to achieve the same output. But we have these methods, and I also just wanted to share like you can use this the next time if you want to. And one last thing which I missed over here was a foreign loop, which also helps to access all the keys of an object. A lot of times we just want the keys, so you can just do a for in loop on key, and you get every key of that object. There are other methods to also get the keys, which is object.keys or etc. But yeah, you can use for in loop for the same. So yeah, this was mainly about array and loops. Now we'll be moving on to the next one.
Awesome. So yeah, let's quickly move on to functionality. So now I'll be covering the most commonly used functionalities and how you can write them or achieve the same functionality using a less code. So this is commonly used function. So in most of the cases or most of the projects, you might be using those. So let's get started. The first one is the exponent power. So whenever you're trying to find the square or cube or any kind of exponents, you'll be using the math.power function and do the thing. So now it will be 2 power 3, which is 8, 2 power 2, 2 squared is 4, and 4 power 3, which is 64. So instead of that, there is a shorthand method or shorthand operator, I would say, which is double star. So single star is for multiplication, and if you use double star, then it will dash same as the power. So now it's 2 power 3, 2 power 4, and should be 2 squared and 4 power 3. So this you can use it instead of the power method. Now let's look at bitwise double not bitwise operator. So this is new for me as well. When I was researching for this talk, I found this. So it's really interesting. So what this is, this is an alternative for floor. So basically, let's define it. It's throwing errors. It's confusing. So what this basically is, you might have used floor method, which is basically it will return the closest least integer basically. So if we have 6.8 floating point, it will return 6, which is the least closest integer. So instead of using the math.floor method, you can use that double tilde symbol, which does the same thing. But one catch here is it works only on 32-bit integers. So if you are using big int, then this won't work. You have to fall back to math.floor, but it works most of the cases. So you can try it out. Pretty cool. And next, let's move on to some common functionalities. This is the most common thing that I use in any of the web projects, which is parsing float and int, basically passing numbers from string. So the one thing, so even if I want to do passing the integer, I tend to use parse float, because sometimes I might get a floating point as a number. So this float will pass, if I give 100 here, this float will pass and give me 100 as a number. Even if I give 101, it will pass and give me as 100.01. Now, if I do the same here, if I parse in the floating point here, this won't give me 100 or 01, it just give me 100. So sometimes I tend to do a condition check and check if the string has a decimal point, which is a dot, and then use the respective functions. But now you can use this property, which is really useful. You can just add operator plus and then followed by the string. Now, even if if a string has decimal points, or if it doesn't have, it will convert to the respective numbers. This is really awesome. So let's talk about next. Let's move on to deep cloning. So let's say we have an object like this, and you're not planning to mutate this object or change this object, and you want to deep clone it and then modify the new object. And so these two objects are not interlinked together. So for that, what you most probably will do is write a function and recursively deep clone it, or you might have used some library to deep clone it. But there is some easy way to do it, which is using JSON stringify and JSON parse. So first, what I'm doing is I'm stringifying the object, which returns a string format of an object, and I'm again passing that stringified object, and this will return the parsed object and storing it in the clone object. So now this will return a new object. So now the clone object and the old object is not interlinked. I can change the old object. Now the new object won't change, won't reflect the changes. So one thing to notice, you can use the spread notation. So let's say if we have a new object, and you can spread the old object, and this will work for one layer of nesting. So if you have multiple layers here, so now if you change 20, change the object dot x to 21, the new object won't change. The new object dot x will be 20 itself. But if you change z, object dot y dot z to something else, now the new object will take that change, because it's only spreaded in one level. So nesting, multiple level nesting will fail here. That's why we are using this JSON stringify. This will stringify the entire object, and then I'm passing passing the stringified format and returning a new object. So that's now we will get an entirely new object. This does have one side, one disadvantage basically, which is if your object is containing function or undefined or nan value, then this won't work. So let me show you an example. I think so. Let's say if we have a, which is undefined, and b as a function, okay, and it's not equals. Now if you console.log the object, let's do the console log after the clone, and let's clone console log the clone as well. So if you see, I have these two. So this is the first object. It has a as undefined, b as function, and z as 30. And this is the cloned object. And if you see, you don't see the undefined and function values, because JSON stringify will ignore those functions and undefined values, and then return a stringified format, and then if you pass it, then you won't get those values. So if your object has these two things, functions undefined or none, then don't use this. Just use any function or any library that you are already using. But most of the cases, you will be having, let's say, data from an API that doesn't have any functions, right? So most of the cases you won't face this issue. So that's deep cloning. Now this is the most common thing we in interviews, right? So swapping two variables. So the traditional method is to have a temp variable and first assign the first value to the temp, and assign the second value to the first value, and assign the temp value to the second value. Then you will swap basically two variables. But there is an easy way using the array destructuring again. So now you will get now if you use this, then now what you are basically doing is you're creating an array with the first value as y and second value of x. This will be 55 and hello. Then you are restructuring them and saving them in the opposite direction basically. So y, now x will have the value of y and y will have the value of x. So that's basically it. It's a nice way to do swapping. Let's quickly move on to these typical functionalities. So this is reversing a string basically. So this is a nice way to do it. So first you are splitting the string into empty spaces. Basically what we are trying to do is we are splitting each individual characters into an array. So the split will return an array, and then you are reversing that array and you are joining that array back into a string. So then you will get a reverse string, and you are implicitly returning that using this arrow function. So it returns individually reversed string, and then you are joining it again. So it will return the reverse string. That's something to look at. So this is just for for you to get used to the split, reverse, and join built-in methods. So this is capitalized. So just capitalizing a single first character in a list in a string. So if you use CSS, then it will capitalize every word in a list, but we don't need that. If you don't need that, then you can use this function. So basically string is also an array. So if you do a string.0, then it will return the first character. And I'm up using two uppercase, I'm making this as capitalized, I'm making this as uppercase. And what I'm doing is I'm slicing it from the first index. So now what it happens is it slices these things. So it will ignore the first, basically it will ignore 0th index and will start from the first index, and it will slice everything. And I'm joining these two and implicitly returning using this arrow function. So now the first letter will be capitalized. Let's quickly move on to this common functionality. So if you want to repeat n number of repeat a string n times, then you do something like this. You do a for loop, and using the plus equals, you will append the string and you will print it out. But there's a shorthand way to do it. You just do hello.repeat. So repeat is a method on function. All the strings is a function on all the strings. Then you can just give the number here, and it will repeat to whatever number you specify here. Just a quick thing that I wanted to do. And this is finding the max and min. So again, as Bhavya also covered, we can reduce is a useful method. We can use that to check for the maximum value and find the maximum and minimum value. So basically what I'm doing is I'm initializing the accumulator to 0, first index, basically first element of an array. Now the accumulator will be the first index, first element. And I'm checking the current element with the current accumulator, and if check which one is greater and returning the greater one. So if the current element is greater, I'm returning the current element. If the accumulator is greater, I'm returning the accumulator. So now every time whatever you return here will be part of the accumulator. So accumulator will keep changing based on the return value here. So from that, I'm checking for the greatest value. And if you want to check for min value, just change this to less than sign and you'll get the min value. This is traditional way. But again, you can use this built-in math.max and math.min function. But the only catch here is you have to pass individual elements to this as an argument here. So if you have an array, then what you can do is you can spread it out. This will give the individual values, right? Individual elements in an array, and you can pass it here and get the max and min. This is nice, and these two are mostly be using in the backend to generate some random ID instead of having to import a package for generating IDs. So basically, most thing to do is to use math.random. So this will return a number from random number from 0 to 1. So it will return a decimal number, 0 point something. And what I'm doing here is, so since random IDs is a combination of number and letters, so I'm doing toString, and I'm using this 16 radix. So this will convert the return number to hexadecimal number. 16 is basically hexadecimal. You can do octal for 8 and 2 for binary. So basically we need letters, right? So that's why I'm converting this to hexadecimal. And if you don't do slice, then it will be 0 points, some letter and combination of letter and number. And I don't want this 0 point, so I'm slicing that from the second position of an array. So now we'll get a string with letters and numbers combined. This is nice, and this is a hex, color, basically CSS color generator, hex color generator. So the same thing we are doing. We are doing math.random, but we are multiplying with the maximum element for the color or the hexadecimal number, basically, this is just the representation 0x, and this is the maximum number for hexadecimal or for any color character, basically. So we are multiplying that. So this gives us any value, any number between 0 and this maximum number. And what I'm doing is I'm doing the floor, which we seen before. So I'm just getting the closest integer from it. And I'm doing toString to get the hexadecimal value out of it, and adding this hash to get the hex color. So we'll get this color. This is nice. And this is also most commonly used one, getting difference between 2 dates, getting the number of days between 2 dates. So so here what we are doing is, first we are converting the date to time. This will give us milliseconds, and same thing we are doing date 2 as well, and then we are subtracting it, and we are doing math.absolute, so getting a positive value out of it. So we don't know which date is greater, right? So date 1 might be greater than date 2, so we are doing absolute value. Then what we are doing is we are converting the milliseconds, so we'll get milliseconds, right? Time will give us milliseconds, and we are converting to a day. So if you just need seconds, you don't do anything else. You just divide by 1000. And if you need minutes, because there are 1000 milliseconds in 1 second, so we are dividing by 1000. And there are 60 seconds in 1 minute, 60 minutes in 1 hour, and there are 24 hours in 1 day. So we are dividing those and getting the seal out of it. So even when it's 1 a.m. in the early morning, then we have to consider that as a day. So that's why we are doing seal instead of floor. And if you do the difference, you'll get the number of days between these 2 dates. Now, the last part is also a fun part. This is a very useful. I just found out while researching for this talk, basically. So this is really awesome. So if you are having let's say you are having a library, you are writing a library, and you want the user of the library to pass a required parameter, mandatory parameter. So what you do, and if they are not passing, you just have to throw an error to indicating them that this is really required. So for that, what you will do is you'll check for if the argument is undefined, and throw error. And if it's not undefined, then do your operation. So this is the most traditional way to do it. But there's a really awesome way. So that's defining a mandatory function here. This can be a common function. You can define it in your utils folder. Basically, this returns every time when this calls. This returns and this throws an array. This throws an error, basically. So every time it's called, it throws an error. And what I'm doing here is I'm setting it as a default value. I'm calling this mandatory function as a default value for the argument. So now when the user passes an argument, then this default argument won't be considered. So the value will be whatever the user passes. But if the user didn't pass any argument here, then this one will be called and you will be getting the error will be thrown. So it's really awesome. This one time you are declaring here and you can use it for any function that you have in your library. So this is really awesome that I want to share here. Nice. So yeah, we are running out of time. Like I can take over. Bhavya, I can take over.
Yeah, you'll have to stop sharing a screen, and I think so.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so we are running really short of time. So what I'm going to do is like try to end the talk here, because I think so the next speaker is in line. We had one more topic to cover, which is functions and objects. So we have the code there, and we'll obviously put that link in the Slack channel. You can obviously reach out to us on LinkedIn. I'm Bhavya Mehta and he is Nikhil. And you'll obviously, can reach out to us anytime on LinkedIn, or if you have any more doubts or anything you want to discuss, or if you have more methods that you want to tell us about, then for sure. But apart from that, thanks a lot, and it was great. And we'll thank JavaScript and Friends for this opportunity. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone out there. Gonna go ahead and get started here. My name is Aaron Ladage, and I am an architect at a company called DEG. I just want to start out and say I'm getting access here to the YouTube live page, so I will see questions in a moment. At this very moment, I'm not seeing questions, but I'll catch up here as soon as I'm able to see who's all here. So again, my name's Aaron Ladage. I work for a company out of Kansas City, Missouri called DEG, and we are basically a full-service digital agency that does implementations of all sorts. And for myself specifically, it's mostly around web-related projects. I'm currently serving as an architect, a platform architect for a platform called Contentful. But my background, and this is relevant to the topic here today, is kind of my evolution from being coming from a UI background, front-end developer, into more of an architect role in the last few years. So we're going to speak today specifically about a project that I was on and I'm currently still on, and sort of the growth that we've had on this project and how that can relate back to your own careers as developers, and how you can really engineer change from the tech side or the development side of things out. So that's kind of the goal of today's talk, is to talk through processes for applying that to your own life. So I'll be talking a little bit about my own project and the steps that I've taken to engineer that change on my project, but hopefully this will be relevant for you to apply to your own careers. So without further ado, I'll get started here. So I want to start with just kind of a blanket statement, which is that systemic change doesn't happen on its own, and frankly, it won't happen on its own. It's really the result of identifying a problem, empathizing with your client or your stakeholders, researching solutions, making the right pitch, and then selling your idea. And I think, as I come from a development background, even though I'm moving into more of a client-facing role or a stakeholder-facing role nowadays, but I think as a technologist, as an implementer, I think it's hard sometimes for people who are kind of the ground forces on a project to see the potential that they might have to actually influence change on a larger scale. But what I think people don't realize is that the people who are tech focused, who really understand the technology of what's being done, a lot of times are the perfect people to exact that change, because they have a unique perspective that other individuals on their project or even their stakeholders may not see themselves. So I want to talk you through a little bit of the project that I'm currently speaking of, or the client that I'm speaking of. Unfortunately, this is sort of I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you kind of situation of who the client is. I can't speak to the name of the client specifically, but I'll try to tell you a little bit about the client and hopefully give you some insights into the type of account that they are, and how this has been relevant with the work that we're doing for them. So again, without naming names, the client that I'm speaking of is a large-scale national retailer. They are US based, and they've got about 200 retail locations in about half the US, 25 states or so. They have two specific web properties. One is their main marketing site, which is my company DEG's responsibility. And then they do have a separate e-com site, which is managed by a separate e-com vendor. So I won't speak too much about their commerce site. I'm mostly speaking about their marketing site. But that's kind of the history there. History-wise, as far as the history of this project. So for their marketing site, this site was launched by a different agency from us about 6 years, 2016. So about 5 years ago. So it's, actively been in development since about probably 2014, 2015. As most of you know, in technology terms, that's practically a lifetime. So the site was built not in any way to, rip on what the first agency did nearly 6 years ago. I wouldn't want anyone looking at my work from 6 years ago. A lot has changed with the web since then, with best practices and ways of working. So that original agency developed that site then and maintained it for about 2 years. And then between 2018 and 2020, it was taken over by another agency. And I would say this is an example of what I was saying before. Of it really takes someone deciding that things need to be improved on a project to step forward and kind of stick their neck out and make those decisions for the betterment of their stakeholders, of their client. This agency, again, great agency from what I can tell, but didn't do a lot to advance or modernize the quality of the site. And because of that, they were actually released from that contract, and that's where my agency came in. And we've maintained this project for since kind of mid last year, about a year now. Sorry, hold on one moment. There we go. Again, I don't want to give dollar amounts, but just kind of want to show how this account has grown. So DEG actually acquired this account as purely a support contract for the existing site. And since that time, we've had almost a 5 times increase in scopes of work that we're doing for this account. So we're still managing the support of the current site, but then we also have a security initiative for kind of shoring up some security things around it. We're launching a full-fledged loyalty program around it. So this is a project that's in development right now. And then the last item is actually what I want to speak to, which I believe on the right side is represented, I think, by the gray bar there, which is the re-architecture project. And this is the crux of what I want to speak about being able to influence this kind of change from the tech side and translate it all the way over to selling work, recommending work for your clients that improves their overall implementation. So I want to talk about this re-architecture project. So when we took this on as a support account, that's when we really started to realize, this is a 6-year-old code base. And if anybody's seen a 6-year-old code base before, it wasn't necessarily written with bad intentions, but it's dated at this point. So what we realized is that it did need a modernization and to be brought up to modern standards. The issue is we were trying to figure out a way. As I was thinking through how we sell this to our client, how we get them to bite off on doing this re-architecture. The tricky part is we were just getting rolling on that loyalty project. So a client-facing loyalty website had very real dollar amounts behind it that the client really wanted to get it into place as quickly as possible. And they didn't have re-architecting their existing marketing site anywhere on their radar at that point. So coming up with a plan for re-architecting became kind of complex. How do we go about doing that? So the first thing we did was, when we were looking at this, is we took what's called a strangler fig approach. And I'll talk more about this in a little bit. But if you haven't heard this approach, it's an architectural approach to redoing a website or any piece of technology for that matter, where, so I'll speak of the strangler fig first of all. So that picture in the right is a photo of a strangler fig. The idea is the strangler fig, and I'm not a botanist here, so bear with me on if I botch any terminology here, but it sets up seeds in the kind of higher branches of these trees. And what it does is it starts to grow and kind of envelop the tree that it sets up shop in. And as it grows around this tree, it begins to actually strangle out the tree underneath it until at some point there's no original base tree left, and all that is there is the strangler fig. So this can be applied to architecture as well. And what we did with this project is we started building the new loyalty project that was already getting underway on what we consider to be the foundational layer that would make up exactly what we wanted the re-architecture project to be. So we're building loyalty as the baseline of re-architecture. And then in doing so, what we're doing, we're actually using kind of a reverse proxying approach where we can slowly start to move over pieces of the marketing site into this new architecture, and then launch those sort of piecemeal as we finish them, so that anything that is modernized can be served from the modernized code base, and anything that is not can continue to be served from the old code base. So this kind of lets us continue to work on loyalty, but also at the same time re-architect within the same code base and start to modernize it kind of from the inside out. If you will excuse me one moment here, I'm going to open up the new architecture. There we go. Okay. Seeing a comment here. Can everyone see me? Anyone who's on the chat on YouTube, can you hear me okay? I think we're okay. All right. I'm going to keep proceeding here. I think everyone can hear me okay. All right. So what did this kind of baseline re-architecture look like? Like I mentioned, we're taking a strangler fig approach to actually implementing it. This whole thing is based on a really modernized AWS ecosystem. They were already on AWS, but we've modernized it, made some security improvements, and kind of streamlined the innovation there. The big one for me, being a tech guy, front-end guy, is we drastically modernized the build tools and moved to a static site generation system instead of more of a web application or a straight up React client-side web application. And we've moved that static site generation into our local development as well as into our CI/CD processes. We're using the fabulous Next.js. Hopefully everyone is investigating this tool. It's incredible. And we've baked that into our AWS Amplify CI/CD processes so that Next.js static generation is happening on the server as well. We are modernizing their application code. So this is taking pretty dated React code, modernizing it, moving it to more functional components, using hooks, doing away with class-based components where appropriate, and also modernizing their Redux application state stack. I mentioned that I'm a platform architect specializing in Contentful, which is a content as a service platform that pairs very nicely with static sites and Jamstack applications, which is what we're essentially building here. They were already actually on Contentful, which is pretty interesting. Contentful is a pretty modern platform. They were actually one of Contentful's first clients, and that's great. So we were already coming from a Contentful kind of CMS situation. One thing I will say is Contentful itself has evolved a lot in 5 years. So we've had to really modernize their Contentful spaces. In Contentful terminology, you actually pay by the space for your contract. And they'd actually been architected in such a way that they were paying for 3 different spaces for different steps in their development workflows. And so we were able to realign that and move it to one space that has a multi-environment setup to really cut down on our clients' costs. So, as you're selling something to a client, anytime you can make the money speak for yourself, you're really going to be off to a great start. That was a big selling point, was that we could reduce their subscription costs with Contentful by kind of realigning how their spaces work. And then lastly, I'll talk about this a little bit more in a second, but they have a lot of kind of ancillary tools and workflows, such as search indexing and some custom internal tools. And so as this scope of work, we also modernize that as well. So that's kind of the scope of what the project is that I'm talking about. But I want to talk about a methodology for actually exacting change within your organization. And that methodology is called ADKAR. And I would love to tell you that I knew about this well in advance of working on this project or kind of bringing about this scope of work. That would be a lie. But once I did discover this methodology and kind of thought through it, I think it is a methodology that is similar to what I followed with selling this scope of work to my client. But I think it's something you can apply almost universally. It's a great way to sort of visualize and think through change management. And that could be with you as a person, how you're improving, self-improving, or it may be within your organization internally. Maybe it's the team you're on or within your management structure. Or in my case, I think you can apply it to your stakeholders or your clients and being able to exact change. And it works really, really well, especially if you're coming from more of an engineering driven situation where you are where you're seeing these opportunities for improvement from an engineering standpoint and want to be able to advance those up kind of through your management structure or through your clients. So with ADKAR, we start with awareness, which is just being aware of the need for change, that change needs to happen. And again, with developers, this is where we're keenly aware of this because we're boots on the ground, seeing exactly what's needing to happen within our projects at sort of a technical level. So I think, again, devs are perfectly positioned in ways that even business analysts or project managers on our team may not be aware of, and certainly where our clients or stakeholders may not be aware. The second is desire. And so this is an area I think I see developers sometimes miss the mark on, and I'm guilty of it myself. We're all aware. I can't even count how many times I've had conversations with developers who say, man, I wish I could change, this or this or this about my project. And I've been guilty of it myself. The difference here, I think, is desire of actually stepping forward and being, kind of putting your neck out there and being the person who's willing to make the change that you see needs to be made. Excuse me. And that's a really important part of it, because all the intention in the world doesn't mean anything if you don't have the actual kind of desire and follow through there. Once you've kind of identified the problem and are wanting to make that change, I think it's important to gather more knowledge, which is the K in ADKAR. Really fully researching the problem at hand and solutions to that problem so that you can intelligently communicate that back to your stakeholders. Ability is shoring up your own skills as well as the skills around you to make sure that you're capable of delivering what you're promising. And then reinforcement. And this is where, ADKAR is a circle for a reason. We need to enter into a flow where we are repeating this cycle over and over again. And reinforcement is the ability to communicate this change and continue to reiterate that over and over again to actually follow through on the change and sell what needs to be sold. So I want to step through this specifically related to the project I'm speaking of that I was able to sell for my clients. And I'll start with each of the steps and kind of walk through specifically what was happening in my head as we went through it. So the first is awareness. And I'm going to talk through some of those points over on the right there, but it's recognizing what's happening with your client or your stakeholders at the account and project levels. So we took this account on and at the time didn't know a lot about the code base, frankly, because that just is the nature of getting started on a project. But it didn't take long for us to start recognizing that there were some fundamental issues that we could really help our client out with if we could just communicate to them what needed to be changed there. And again, that's 9 times out of 10 going to start with development, because the developers are the first to recognize, hey, we've got some issues here that we need to improve. And then share this awareness with your internal team. You need to be able to communicate this to your project managers or your business analysts so that they see these problems as well. And what you're really doing is kind of building awareness and allies for the process. And then be curious. Try not to get myopic in what you're seeing. You're only one piece of a larger puzzle in most cases. But start looking around. Gather more information about the account or the client itself. Explore all the code bases you can find. Investigate these legacy processes. Learn your client's history. Also be aware of politics. There's a lot of times where things may be a certain way because there's status quo or there's political reasons why something is that way. And you want to be empathetic and sensitive to that as well. And then, begin to ask, why is something done this way? Just sort of jokingly looking at some of those comments, these are actual comments we found in documentation or code that really started keying us off to, hey, there's room for improvement here. Things like, a comment in code that says, I'm sorry at the end, always a little frightening. what to do if this UAT environment breaks, and it breaks a lot. Bright red lines in documentation that say that this is not working right now, to do the troubleshooting of do not clear cache, something we've learned that there's a caching mechanism that if you clear it at the wrong point in the process, you will break the production site. And then the big one when it came to exploring was we discovered very quickly that they were on a very old version of Node, and that particular version, version 6, has actually been deprecated and end of life for almost 2 years now, I believe. So not only is this a problem for their project and for working on it, but it also became something we realized we could really sell them on. We were working on a security initiative at the same time, and being able to point out that their site is built on core technologies that are actually already deprecated really helped give us kind of an in with their IT teams and the CIO. Speaking of being empathetic and being curious, I want you to meet Stephanie. Stephanie is a marketing coordinator with my client's company. Her name is not actually Stephanie, by the way, and that is not a picture of her because I did not think she would appreciate me calling her out by name or face. She is a marketing coordinator. One of her responsibilities is uploading a series of Excel documents into Contentful that build out the basically weekly specials that they're running. And so she it imports them into Contentful is what this tool does. This is an internal tool that was built by one of the previous agencies. Excuse me. And frankly, the tool sucks. It breaks all the time. It's incredibly buggy. It is actually challenging to the point where, as Stephanie is using it, there's a whole lot of institutional knowledge with her that if she does something wrong, such as like has a space in a file name or a field or anything like that in the Excel file, it'll actually cause the uploader to fail. And because of this, no one but Stephanie can do this task. And it has to be done every week. It has to be done every Tuesday night after all the retail stores close so that it doesn't push any information live when the stores are open, which would cause a problem. So she works Tuesday nights until midnight. And she hasn't actually had an uninterrupted vacation in about 5 years. If she's gone on a Tuesday, she has to log on and do this work. What's also amazing is, this is where empathy comes in. We want to fix this for her. We, during the kind of investigation of this, I had to be empathetic with her because she has spent 5 years working with this tool, and it's actually her new normal at this point. What we're trying to do here is help her, but you do have to be empathetic when you're doing kind of the discovery and awareness phase of this process to make sure you understand that they're coming from a lot of historical knowledge that you may not have. You still want to help them, obviously, but just to be sensitive to where they're coming from. So the next step in ADKAR is desire. And this is where you have to decide if doing nothing is going to outweigh the cost of, I'm sorry, if the value of your proposed change outweighs the cost of doing or saying nothing. In other words, you may realize there's this big problem out there, but does it rise to the level of bringing this up with your stakeholders? And this is the point where I had to make a decision, frankly, of, is this necessary? And at the end of the day, it is. And we decided it was, and that we did take this all the way up to top management with our stakeholder to try to sell this as a scope of work that we could help them improve their product. And I think what it came down to for me was, we were the third agency in the history of this website. And we were doing our best to support it. But I knew that at the end of the day, my company would eventually become the next client or the next agency that the client had to fire. Because with the code quality and the state of the project, if all we were doing was supporting it and not improving it, we weren't going to be doing them any favors and they would become frustrated. So that was where we made the decision that it had to be done. Next up in ADKAR is gathering knowledge. It's the K in ADKAR. And this is where we really had to start thinking about business and technology needs. And that was, like I said, I come from a development background. I've been client facing for several years, but it was the first time I really had to really think through not just the technology goals of a project, because I can outline those in my sleep day, with no problem. And those are important things to document. But at the end of the day, your stakeholders and your clients care about how that translates into business goals. And so that was a new tactic for me. That was a new thing I had to learn, which was to think like my client and to think like the business, as opposed to thinking about it purely from a technology sense. It's also knowing where the business will or won't make compromises and what may or may not be possible at all, depending on business needs and business goals. When you're doing this, I think it's important to speak plainly about the costs of doing nothing. We tried to put together these business goals for them, but with what we were pitching, they could have just as easily said no. So I think it was important for us to outline what happens if they didn't take advantage of this. So that includes things like security risks, cost implications, how painful support continues to be. And at the end of the day, again, trying to empathize with your stakeholders, it's the end user and it's the customer that is dissatisfied. So trying to think of the problem through that lens was a shift for me, and it might be a shift for you as well, but I think it's really important to do it successfully. Next up in ADCAR is ability. We needed to prove as an agency that we were capable of executing on the work that needed to be done and doing it in a way that was as advantageous to the business as possible. So what we actually came up with was 3 different options. You'll see those over on the right here. The first was, and frankly, this was our recommendation, which was to prioritize re-architecture. It meant putting a pause to all other work streams, including the loyalty project that was just getting underway, and kind of pausing for a little bit and finishing up the re-architecture so that they had a good solid foundation to build out all these other projects. That was our recommendation. It didn't happen. They actually ended up going with option 2, which is the Strangler Fig approach that I mentioned earlier. And again, the idea there being that we would proceed with the loyalty project, building it on the best foundation we knew possible, and then we would gradually begin to move over the marketing site code into this new code base as possible. We called out risks associated with this. One issue with Strangler Fig is that it can have a very long tail, particularly the longer you let the strangled out content linger on old environments. But that was a trade-off they were willing to make. And then last but not least, as I mentioned on the previous slide, is you need to point out the cost of doing nothing. And so option 3 was that we completely pause on re-architecture and finish this loyalty project, and then readdress re-architecture later, if at all. We threw it out there. We wanted them to see that that was a choice they could do, but that there were very real consequences to choosing to do that. So that was kind of our order of putting things out there. So that was our vision. We knew we had to pretty clearly and plainly state how we were going to accomplish this. And I think that seeing these 3 options really helped them to do that. We put together actionable plans based on timelines and budgets and business objectives. A recommendation I'd have is dream bigger than you anticipate. I think that's what our option 1 was. I would have loved to have just paused and worked on re-architecture because it was the cleanest approach. And Strangler Fig gets messy sometimes. And at the end of the day, they didn't go for that, but they did go for the re-architecture. So you have to aim bigger than you expect to deliver on, because that's the reality of how working with business can happen sometimes. Build up trust with your client beforehand. Really get to know who the stakeholders are. For me, that was getting to know the head of marketing, the CMO, the CIO, kind of all the C-suite people as best I could whenever I was on client calls. And in doing so, start to create a groundswell. That's going to start with your people internally, but also with the client, with your stakeholder themselves. Good example of this would be, we would be on support calls and they would say, oh, this thing is not working correctly. So that would be where I would start to say things like, oh, we can get this fixed in the short term. The great news is once we re-architect your site, we can, whatever it might be, not have this issue anymore, or it will be quicker and cheaper and easier to fix. Kind of conversations like that. There was no one in the, next bullet there is, you do have to share your plan with all stakeholders. But what I would say is, by building up this trust and this kind of groundswell, there was no one on that finalized plan presentation who wasn't aware that this was coming. So this was not a shock to them going into that kind of bigger meeting. We'd been sowing the seeds of that for quite a while. And then last but not least is be prepared for compromises and to defend your plan. You need to go in confident. You don't need to know everything, but knowing your stuff before you get in that room for that final presentation is important. Reinforcement. I'll be honest, we lost the pitch walking out of that first meeting. They did not like this. They did not want to pause the loyalty project. They did not like the idea of Strangler Fig any more than they had to. And we had to keep coming back. It meant sowing more seeds, continuing to build relationships with people. And we pitched it, in a sense, several times. I can actually remember, I believe it was a Monday morning, essentially being told that the re-architecture was not going to happen. And the very next day, on a call with the CIO about security initiatives, him basically greenlighting the whole project. So we thought we'd lost it. And then because we'd kind of built this relationship and this understanding from this security perspective, which was a very real concern, I think that was where we actually ended up winning the project after all. So, so we did win the project, and we're working on it right now, actually. But one important thing is, even after you sign that contract and you win that work, or you've convinced your stakeholders, whatever the situation might be, excuse me, continue to be good partners. So in the case of my project, which is a re-architecture project, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that aren't the sexiest things. There's not a lot of showy stuff on the front end of the website that they're getting from this. But client showcases, documentation, and that sort of thing really helped them to see the value that they're getting out of the work that you have sold them on. And then in the case of my project, we were inheriting an old code base. But in reality, 5 years from now, if we don't come up with a plan to help prevent reoccurrence of this, we'll be in the exact same situation, and someone else will be sitting here talking to you about the agency from 5 years ago that put this old code base into place. So part of it is also being a good partner is to establish a plan to prevent reoccurrence of problems. So that's getting through ADKAR. I wanted to just give a few kind of tips and tricks that I've kind of discovered along the way. Actually, I'm going to start with bullet number 2, which is find a mentor. I was, like I said, coming from a UI engineer, front-end dev position, and trying to move into more of an architect role, and I didn't fully know what I was doing. I'll just be honest with you. I'm learning on the job and figuring it out. So finding a mentor who can really help you with that is a huge benefit to you. In my case, that was a solutions architect at our company who's been great about kind of helping me understand deliverables, how to talk to clients, all that kind of stuff. On that note, going back to bullet point number 1, a phrase that he taught me is don't call the clients baby ugly. And in other words, in my case, don't piss off Steve. After selling this project, I noticed that on some following calls, there was a person or some people at our client who seemed to genuinely dislike me. And I brought this up with my mentor, kind of talking to him about it. He said, "What did you do to that guy?" And what we've surmised is that it was this person's job to maintain the existing code base or to kind of oversee it and make sure things are going well. So he had a vested interest in the thing that I was literally saying needed to be thrown out and modernized and improved. So having that understanding and being more empathetic, I would probably have approached my pitch a little differently if I had it to do over again, because he had put a lot of hard work into that project, and in a lot of ways it was very successful. So it's important to empathize with that, take that into account when you're learning how to talk to people, and never call the clients baby ugly, basically. You need to think like a business. You need to think like your client or your stakeholder, not like a developer. For most of us background, I personally have a lot of room for improvement on that, but I'm working on that. And that's being able to understand that you may be recommending just the greatest technical recommendations of all time. But if you can't translate that into actionable items and things that will tangibly help the business, they will not care. So it's important to think like your client and how what you're recommending is actually beneficial to them. Be willing to compromise on your vision, as we've talked about before. You probably won't get exactly what you're asking for. But the flip of that is true also. Only take that to a point. If you present a well-intentioned and well-researched and well-thought-out presentation of the change that needs to happen, and the compromise is too far off of your vision, this may just not be the right project to take place right now, and that's okay as well. On that note, you're more of an expert than you realize. And if there's one thing I'm saying today that I hope people take with them, it's that anyone is capable of doing this. You don't have to be a high-level architect or a senior-level developer. The most junior-level developer on a team is just as capable of putting this together with the right approach and really thinking through the problem and working through that sort of EDCAR technique. Also on that note, you don't need to know everything. I certainly don't know everything, and I'm never afraid to say, I don't know, but I'll get back to you. Just be sure if you do say that, you actually get back to them, because that's just as important. And lastly is, don't be afraid to stop selling. The whole plan with this project is to continue with this approach after we finish, because there's more work to be done. We're doing a baseline kind of re-architecture here, but we want to take on more of a full-fledged site redesign with some heavier duty re-architecture under the surface, and then possibly more of like a fully integrated e-commerce solution as well. So that's everything I have today. I hope that this is inspirational for anybody out there who is seeing the need for change on any of their projects or their accounts. And like I said, if you take nothing else away today, I hope that this has been empowering for you, because I do think as technologists, we're on the ground floor, we're seeing the change that needs to be made, and every single one of you is fully capable of executing this yourself on your own projects. So that is everything I have today. I've got the, I'm sorry, I am not in the Slack channel, but I do have the YouTube link up. I've also got the moderator's chat open here, so I'm going to keep an eye on the comments for just a moment. But is there any questions I can answer for anyone? All right, awfully quiet. If not, I think then that is everything I've got today. So thank you all very much for coming. Thank you to JavaScript and Friends for hosting me today. And if anyone has questions going forward, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Just received a message that I'm online. We'll start in about 4 minutes. How's the conference so far? Make sure everything's good. Hair is okay. We'll start in a few minutes. If you're just tuning in, welcome. JavaScript and Friends. I'm wearing a Spider-Man shirt today, just in case you're, because we're going to be talking about Spidey Senses. So I got it says my Spidey senses are tingling. So it'll be going to be an interesting topic. Welcome, everyone. Start in a few minutes. All right. Feel free to ask questions later. I'll be able to see it. The way I'm going to see it is through my phone. So I'm going to read it later. If not, so feel free to ask questions anytime during the presentation. All right, it's 3:20. We'll get started. All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in our virtual world. My name is Ron Dagdag, and today I will be talking about developing Spidey Senses, specifically anomaly detection for JavaScript applications. I don't know if you've noticed my background, there's a spider in there. So I want to talk about a little bit about Spidey Senses and spiders. All right, let's get started. Spidey Sense, if you're familiar with Spider-Man, and Spider-Man has this special skill that allows him to be able to have that tingling sensation on the back of Peter Parker's skull to identify if there's like a danger or something that's bad that's going to happen. So he uses it to detect evil and to navigate if he is impaired or disoriented, where he needs to be, or unable to see or hear. It allows him to be able to find secret passageways and hidden lost objects. And also, I bet he uses also to for his web shooters to know where to go and swing instinctively. And I think it also allows him to be able to know and to change to his costume, right? And that nobody else can see him and be able to be sensitive that way. And of course, the real spider sense is, all these spiders have these called hyper awareness. The scientific term for that is trichobothria, which is this long, thin hairs that they have that allows them to detect low level of vibrations through their, not just their web, but also detect vibrations of faint sound. Also be able to detect insects, even moving up to 3 meters away. So I thought that's amazing that these spiders have that capability to evade or to be able to know what's going on in their surroundings. It's like an extra sense that they have. And of course, if you feel like a web developer, which a lot of us JavaScript developers here, they're starting on web, you kind of start your web development journey, and feels like when you're creating your first website or you're building your own first web applications and nothing's going on, nothing's coming out. That's how it feels like. And you haven't built your senses yet, right? So Spidey Sense is that, for me, it's that gut feel or vibe, but that feeling. And you learn it through intuition. You learn it from the past, and through the learnings through time, you kind of know and discover all the blind spot and have that feeling. You think about it like basketball players instinctively know where to shoot the ball, right? Or even baseball players, a lot of athletes, they build this spidey sense that they know already through practice. And so today we'll talk about anomaly detection. What is anomaly detection? We'll talk about the time, specifically time series anomaly detection. We'll do some demos and some takeaways. All right, anomaly detection is the process of identifying unexpected items or events in your data set that is outside of the norm. Sometimes it is called an outlier. The assumptions are the anomalies rarely occur in your data set, and the features differ from normal instances significantly. These days, because of the pandemic, I thought it's weird. I thought we're going to be able to meet in person, be in one location, be able to speak about, to present to you this topic, but now we have to move it online. And so that's the weird part, right? It's not the usual way of how we do presentation. So because of that, in a way, it's an anomaly. What are the causes of outliers? It could be either artificial, that means non-natural or human-made, or natural. Let's dig a little bit deeper what it means. So what can cause it? Sometimes it could be data entry errors. If you think about 100,000 versus 1 million, one extra zero made the difference. So typically we call that fat-fingered. And then, of course, measurement errors, which is very common. You measure it in inches, and then it's supposed to be in meters, those kind of things. So you have your measurement errors, how you store your data. It could be also experimental errors, where you're supposed to collect it in the whole year, but you only collected late in the sprint or late on the cycle. So your data would be skewed. Another cause of an outlier, it could be intentional. So if you think about, you're doing a survey and you're trying to understand alcohol consumption for underage or students or something like that. And of course, it might be intentional that they wouldn't want to report it properly, those kind of things. Data processing errors is when you extract from one system to another system that can cause some data processing errors. Formulas you were using to extract that can be a problem. It could also be sampling errors. Sampling errors is a good example of that. Is you wanted to report the height of all the athletes, but a lot of your data set is basketball players, so your data would be skewed that way. And of course, natural outlier when it is not artificial. So it's kind of like this. The way I kind of see it is in terms of you have a defective, I think when I misspelled that one, you have a defective data, and of course your good data as an input stream. And then you're trying to decide, is this data set that's coming in, is it good or bad, right? It's anomalous or not. Anomalies or not anomalous. So typically, you want most of your data set to be non-anomalous, but sometimes, there are instances that you're not able to detect it. Maybe however you're deciding this system, however this system decides, sometimes you can't detect the defective. Or the other way around, sometimes most of the time you might be able to detect, hey, that is defective. And sometimes it's not supposed to be defective, but it went through anyway and actually got added to this column. So it's part of that process. And now you have to tweak it now and then your formula or however that system needs to work. At the end of the day, here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find a needle in a haystack. If the needle is that big, yeah, that's easy. But most of the time, it's not easy. So what are methods, or how do we do this? How do we do anomaly detection? It could be rule-based system or statistical techniques and machine learning. We'll go through each one of those and what's the advantage and disadvantage of each one of those systems. Rule-based systems, this is what most likely you've done it, where you specify a specific rule. So you have your data set and you're trying to filter them and you specify the rules and assigning a threshold or a limit, right? Threshold meaning if, let's say if you have your data set is temperature in your home, it's specific threshold, it's gonna be too hot, there's specific threshold, it's gonna be too low, and there's that limit. And of course, if it goes up to certain temperature, and it should send an alert or something like that. So that could be considered a rule-based system. However, you specified that rule. So the advantage of it is this is easy to get to, right? To implement. But one of the disadvantage is that it requires an experience of industry experts to detect quote unquote known anomalies. So of course, someone had to program and identify what is the limit and what is the threshold. And on a rule-based system, it's not easy because it does not adapt to as pattern change with your data set. So let's say you program it in a specific temperature or specific item or specific threshold that it had to go through, and until someone had to reprogram that, then the patterns would then it won't detect the patterns of your data. And of course, it does require data labeling in order to do this rule-based system to identify this is an anomaly or which one is not. All right. Another way is through statistical techniques. Statistical techniques is more of, when you hear about averages, rolling averages or moving averages, or creating filters. One of good examples would be, when you calculate the mean, the median, mode, or quantiles, that flag, that common statistical properties, or whenever you hear about this low pass filter, sometimes on devices or in streams of data or devices, you call them Kalman filters, or sometimes it could be histogram-based outlier detection, those kind of things. The advantage of statistical techniques, it's easier for someone to explain that formula. It's more interpretable, and sometimes better or useful than machine learning methods. So if you're going to start with, doing anomaly detection, it might make sense to just see if rule-based is good enough. And if you want something that you need statistical techniques, it might make sense to try that first and see how it goes, see if it's good enough. And then you move forward into the next one, which can be machine learning methods. Of course, machine learning methods, there's few things to how you would do this, right? It could be either supervised, that means it requires some training data, unsupervised, meaning it adjusts based from the existing data that it receives, and of course, it might be sometimes self-supervised, which is a combination of supervised and unsupervised. When they talk about autoencoders, that's when it's self-supervised. So there's different techniques in how you would do anomaly detection, but what's the difference between just doing anomaly detection versus supervised learning? Anomaly detection is when you have a very small number of positive examples, small number. So if you have your sample data set, there's only a few items that is considered anomalies. On the other hand, if you have a supervised learning, if you're doing supervised learning, make sure your data set has have the large number of positive, especially positive and negative examples, almost equal. It works out better that way. So also, if you go back to anomaly detection, when you have a large number of negative examples, that would be a candidate for anomaly detection techniques. Versus if you're going to do supervised learning, you have enough positive examples for the algorithm to learn. So most likely a balanced set of data set. For anomaly detection, right here, there are some items that may have not been discovered yet or haven't discovered the future anomalies, which is a good thing because it most likely might get discovered here. On the supervised learning, most likely it's similar to what your training set is. So let me give you a little bit more information or when you would use anomaly detection. Anomaly detection techniques, you would use it if you're doing fraud detection. So most likely you've experienced that. A lot of credit card companies are doing these now, or even when you're logging in to a specific location, from your email address, it kind of prompts you, hey, that's out of the ordinary. You typically don't log in here. Those are fraud detection. Another one is manufacturing. You have a machine that's running continuously 24 hours a day, a specific pattern, and sometimes it's outside of pattern. That would be anomaly detection technique. When you're monitoring data center, right, that would be a good candidate of doing anomaly detection, specifically Internet of Things. For supervised learning, if it's email spam classification is a good example of that because you can give it a lot of examples. It's kind of, there's a lot of data out there that kind of equalize what's a good email versus an email spam and what's you're categorizing what that email spam is. A weather prediction, specific set of items, specific set of weather classification. Another one is through cancer classification, where you have an expert that already kind of know what they're looking for and classify that type of cancer, those kind of things. So for machine learning, how you would do this, you can sometimes be density-based anomaly detection, where you have, kind of like if you graph your data, the green ones are good, anomalies are outside of, whenever they, becomes density-based, right? So it assumes that the data are kind of closer to each other. that might be also a clustering base when they talk about k-means, is when you kind of split your data into multiple items. Another way is through Gaussian distribution. Gaussian distribution is where you can calculate some formula, and anything outside of the Gaussian distribution would be an anomaly, something like that. That can be an alternative. And of course, if you're an app developer, if you're a web developer, this is like, there's a lot of things that you can do in order to do anomaly detection. How do you detect which one's which, how you would do this, and those kind of things. Sometimes you split your data into two. The other half is good, the other half is anomaly. Sometimes you would do that too. So I'm going to do a little bit of demo on how we do this in JavaScript. The simplest way I can find is over here. If you look at my package JSON, there's this stat analysis that I do npm install. By the way, I'm running this using Jupyter Lab, and and I'm using TS Lab in order to run this JavaScript application. Anyway, at the end of the day, I just want to be able to showcase or demo the application as we go through line by line. So anyway, the stat analysis, I did npm install, and that's part of the package JSON. And here's my simple program. Notice how I'm running it with the TypeScript kernel. So it's just, JavaScript program right here. So I did require, and then I have a whole data set, right? This is my array of data, and I want to filter that is not part of the list, right? That's outlier. So these are actually close to each other, and 15 is out of the ordinary. So it can take it out. So let's say if I add another number here, let's say 25, I can run it again and see that gets taken out because it kind of looks at your data set. They're kind of close to each other. And so that's what get remain. Anyway, that's it takes out 15 and 25 because of that. All right, that's the simplest example I can find in order to do to filter outliers. Let's go back to the presentation. All right, Internet of Things. I'm gonna kind of talk a little bit about Internet of Things because this is a best example of how you would do anomaly detection. You have a set of data that you're reading from a sensor, and then because Internet of Things happen because we have data volume, right? You can read sensor data, and sensors are getting cheaper, and of course increased data speed. Because of that, the risk environment are moving faster, but failures are not tolerated. Of course, at the end of the day, what we want is good data, and having bad data, that means bad results, right? So that's one of the thinking behind it, why you would want to filter out anomalies. And of course, when something's broken, it feels like this. Even on the internet, whenever you have your web server, even if you do Kubernetes or if you do a lot of the DevOps stuff, whenever you have a bunch of things deployed out there, and especially at the edge where you have feels like internet of broken things. So time series anomaly types. There's time series is about identifying based from a timeline, right? So you have two data set, time and then the reading, right? The sensor reading, or if you think about sales data and time, that would be a good example of time series data set. So whenever you're trying to identify anomalies, it could be either outlier, spike level shift, pattern change, or seasonality. Outlier would be something like this, right? You have your timestamp, your reading, and then boom, there's that anomaly right there, and detecting that is an outlier. Another way could be something like these, right? You have your the good example I can think of on this is like, you're gardening your water, or you're gardening you're gardening, and you have your water hose watering your flowers out there, and then someone stepped on the hose, and then suddenly you get less data or less water. So that's what we call spike and level shift. Another one is pattern changes. Pattern changes would be, kind of like the garden hose example too, right? You have your large set, there's a minimum and maximum, and now you're getting less. So that would be a good example of pattern change. Seasonality, if you're thinking about ice cream sales, or you're thinking about ice cream sales is higher in the summer and winter, it may not be as much. So that can affect what is an anomaly or not. So those are the things you have to think about whenever you're doing this, right? Okay. Of course, production issues, we did talk about that. It's like, feels like you're stopping a bullet train, just like Superman in one of the, or Spider-Man, whenever those movies, right? So whenever we talk about example of IID data set, it's called data sets that are identically distributed. That means there's no overall trends, and they're independent with each other. One good example of that is, a roulette, right? Every time you throw a roulette, you get your reading, right? Data reading, and each time you throw does not depend from the previous data set. So that's what makes it an identically distributed and independent data set. So whenever you're doing also the anomaly detection, from what we're talking about and all those graphs that I showed you, this is a sample of a univariate. Univariate is you have one variable. So you think about the sales data, and based from that sales data and through time, and you can see the pattern, and you'll be able to identify which one is anomalous or not. Another one is multivariate. Multivariate is you have multiple variables, right? Multiple, could be vibration, temperature, pressure, velocity, rotation, speed, and being able to compare each one of those and identify if they are anomalous. Today, we're just going to focus on univariate to make things simple. So I'm going to talk about and give a sample of what a time series anomaly detection is. Talk about spikes and change points. And just to give you an example, what that looks like. So right here. So for example, you have your data set, and what we're trying to do is, based from this data set, where notice how there's a pattern, right? Up and down, up and down. And then there's some items that, hey, that's anomalous or not. And how it learns that data is from this data set to this data set, and identify the last part as anomalous. You see how restart this again. As it processes the data, it knows based from this span and how sensitive it is. And those are the things that you can kind of tweak in order to do your anomaly detection. Like, that is an anomaly. This is an anomaly. You kind of expect it to be a certain height, and that is an anomaly. Those kind of things. All right. So that's example of what we wanted to do, and identify from this data set to this data set, from this day to this day, what on our last item, is it an anomaly or not? And then you continuously do that, and then identify, and then you'll have these kind of graph, and then identify anomalies that way. You can also do batch, where you send all your data and be able to identify which one's anomalies based from that data set. Let's go back to the presentation. So Azure Cognitive Services has this capability where, as a JavaScript developer, to see if we can just call an API, right? And cognitive services have this under decision. There's anomaly detector, which is, helps us identify potential problems early on. So this is a way to do anomaly detection without having us a machine learning expertise. So how you would do that, you can identify potential problems early on using a RESTful API, monitor different abnormalities that does not require the developer to have a machine learning expertise. And we can also fine tune the sensitivity. And also there's a way you can do multivariate anomaly detection too. So this anomaly detector right here helps us do this in JavaScript. So just to reiterate, you can do real time or you can do batch to be able to detect anomalies that way, and then get more information about your data and identify boundaries. So what's happening, a little bit of what the end is, when you send your data to this API, it automatically do feature extraction and classify what machine learning model or what machine learning technique it's going to use to be able to, like, if it identifies your data set has seasonality, you might have to use this set of algorithms. If it has without seasonality, you might use this, or different granularity would allow you to be able to do this. All right, enough of that. I've been talking a lot. I want to show code. I feel better that way because that's how I learn. So here's what we're going to do, okay? I have my Raspberry Pi here. On this Raspberry Pi device right here, it has sensors on top. It has LEDs, and I'm running JavaScript on it. And what I want to do is to collect data from my sensors, and based from that, I send it to Anomaly Detector API for cognitive services, and then that API would return me some values to know if it's, if the last data set that I collected is anomalous or not. So let's do this. So in order to do this, in order to call anomaly detector, there's two things you have to add to your package JSON, which is this AI anomaly detector and then MSREST.js. I also added this CSV parse and .env, and then this node sense hat. Node sense hat allows me to be able to access the sensors that I'm talking about here. However, is these sensors right here, this is called the sense hat on top of my Raspberry Pi. And in order to read the data set or to read the temperature data. So first things first, I ran console.log and it would give me the result here. So I can rerun that again if you want to, and we can go line by line. And I'm using TS Lab in order to run it in Python notebook. And actually I have Python notebook running on that Raspberry Pi 2. There's a way to do that, but it's outside scope of what I'm talking about here. So this one allows me to get the LEDs from my Sense hat and be able to show you what it looks like, and that I can control this device right here. So I can clear it. I can specify different color, and I'll show you guys later that I can control that. So like in this case, on this next statement, what I want to do is to get the sensors on that device. It's called the IMU, and to get acceleration, gyroscope, and compass. But I decided I just want the temperature and pressure. I can do that too using these. instructions. And based on that, display it. So like in this case, IMU.getValue gives me 4 data set. And if I want to get the temperature, pressure, and humidity, I can do that too. Okay. So I want an array of entry. So this is what I'm going to send to the API. I need 2 things. I need date, the time of day, and then the number, or meaning the value of my sensor reading, and then be able to process that, right? And read every minute, and every minute that I get the temperature, I want to make it exact, meaning the data set would look something like this. So my goal is to, even though I have a different reading, is just get me closer or round it to the nearest, time, nearest minute, because I want to make sure I'm sending, like in this case, I have 15 items on my array, and I want to send it every minute I have temperature reading. So after I do that, I got all my data set, and I got, I rerun this a while ago so that we don't have to wait 15 minutes, because I have to read every 15 minutes, or every minute on the next 15 minutes. So I have that, and it looks something like this, right? And what I want to do here is I want to call the anomaly detector client, and then the credential, Azure key credential. There are 2 things in order to call this API. You need the key, and then the endpoint. So in order to create, if you're not familiar with Azure, how you would create it, you can use the AZ command, the AZ CLI, to be able to create your instance of cognitive services. You specify here, I'm doing anomaly detector API, and I want some parameters here. And then once you have that, you'll be able to get your key and then your endpoint. And that's what I did here. I did store my key and endpoint as environment variables. So I'm reading it here, and that's why I'm using .env. All right, and then once I have my key and endpoint, I can create an instance of this anomaly detector client, and I need to pass in my endpoint, and then of course the key, pass it to this Azure key credentials, and then I will have an instance of my client. I have this function that identifies the last detection, right? So to call the API, you call anomaly detector client, there's a detect last endpoint. You pass in 2 things, right? Series and granularity. Series would be, your data points, this data set, and then you pass in granularity. Granularity means, is it every minute, or is it every hour, or is it every day, or every year, those kind of things. So, and the minimum that you have to set as your series, I believe, is about a minimum of about 15 things in your data set before it would, let's say if you only pass 1 data set, and it would fail. It can't detect anomalies that way. So there's a specific number of items, but in here I'm sending 15 items. So and then you call this detect last endpoint, and it would return you the result if it's anomaly or not. If it's anomaly, it would tell you. So let's try this. I did console.log. I'm going to call these with certain points. And it says here the last point is detected as an anomaly. These ones, let's go back. Yeah, it could be. These are my points. So notice that's weird, because the last item here is 140. It's because I'll tell you why. It's because on here, what I was trying to do, scroll down a little bit. So let's try this again. I want to take out the last item on my list. And so anyway, I'm going to continue on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create these other points so I was supposed to send these originally, but for some reason, since I already ran this before, and so my last item was different, and you'll see that here. It says here 140, because what I was doing here on my code is that I want to get the last item on my array and kind of add, add the number. It's just to trick it so that we can identify that it's anomalous. Like in this case now it's 240 because I was just adding 100 at the end. Because I want a series of data set, and then the last item was anomalous, and then it would say anomalous or not. Okay. So in this case, this is my data set. I'm going to initialize my my sensor, or not my LEDs over here, to kind of identify what's. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run it independently from each other. See if it's gonna show properly. Okay, and I want to pass in all my points, and if the result is anomalous, it would change my LED here that says, hey, there's an alert. So let's see how it's going to go. There you go. See that big X right there? So I set the pixel to these values right here, that my last detection, the last item on my list, was anomalous. And because of that, it would alert. And then let me clear that. And it would give me that, remove that error, or clear that matrix. Okay, so what just happened? So what I did, okay, just to clarify, what I did was to install, I have JavaScript, I have, I have Anomaly Detector on my, I called the Anomaly Detector API from my Raspberry Pi. And if the last item on my list of things is anomalous, it would alert, hey, that item is out of the ordinary, and it will give me that X signal. Okay. Cool. All right, let's go back to that presentation. All right, so where can you use Anomaly Detector APIs? If you're a C# developer, there is a way to do that. There's a NuGet package. JavaScript developer, there's an NPM package for you. Python also has pip. You can use pip install. You can actually have the anomaly detector, not just on the cloud calling the API. You can actually have it in the Docker container and deploy it to the edge device, or somewhere in your network. You can also integrate this to Power BI or Azure Databricks for streaming data. So there's ways you can do this. There's actually something new called Metrics Advisor. Metrics Advisor is part of Azure Cognitive Services. The idea here is to be able to have kind of like a way to collect time series data and then detect anomalies, and have a portal where you can actually see these incidents, incident alert, and then be able to analyze root cause. So it's less developer things that we have to do. You can connect it to a database. You can connect it to to a blob storage, connect it to SQL Server, and it would read some of that data, detect anomalies from that data set, and then you can send alerts that way without doing a lot of programming. All right, the best superpower that you can give to your project is called the Spidey Sense. Spidey Sense is a way to be able to detect anomalies. If you're interested in learning more about my presentation today, or you want to try it out, there's this QR code, or you can go to my GitHub account and the link there at the bottom. All right. If you are interested in learning more about me, my name is Ron Dagdag. I'm a lead software engineer, an AI edge specialist at Spacey. I'm a 5th-year Microsoft MVP awardee. If you're interested in contacting me, contact me through Twitter at Ron Dagdag. LinkedIn is also another way you can contact me through my LinkedIn. I appreciate your time. Thanks for geeking out with me about Spidey Senses and anomaly detection. Hopefully, it's something that you'll be able to use. And I believe it's the easiest way to add machine learning or to add something to your application. Doing anomaly detection. If let's say your boss says, let's add some machine learning on something, right? This might be the easiest way that you can think of to kind of have it in your report somewhere, or some doing anomaly detection that way. And now that you got bitten off by this virtual spider, feel free to experiment and try out anomaly detector. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I am open to any questions. If there are any questions out there, feel free. I'm gonna be hanging out here for a few minutes, and cool. All right. Yeah, any other feedback, feel free to send them through the chat. And I appreciate your time. Cool stuff. Cool. All right, if there are any other questions, I will say goodbye. I appreciate your time. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us at JavaScript and Friends. I'm going to give a couple more minutes since we're a little early. And in the meantime, you can do exactly what my first slide is showing. I want you to think of some tutorial that you may have used. It could be any tutorial. Something that you were just working on today, last week, or something that you were using when you were first starting out. Let's give a quick look back into something that you've used as some kind of learning material while we wait for everybody else to get in here. Feel free to put it in the chat too. All right, so while you're thinking, I want you to continue thinking about any tutorial that you may have used. I want you to think of any technical guide that you may have used in the past or are currently working with. I want you to think of any kind of documentation you've used. Like I've said before, think of any learning resource you've used at all. And I'm sure most of us have used one or two or a few many before. Now, while you're thinking of all these different kinds of resources, videos, blog posts, Stack Overflow questions, forum answers, I want you to think of the best ones that you have ever come across. And now I want you to think of the worst ones that you have come across. What sticks out about those particular pieces of learning resources? What made them the worst? Why were they not considered the best or even, bare minimum helpful to you? When you think about all of the pieces of why that makes them the worst learning resources you have ever encountered, it's probably because those are missing pieces that are not there that would otherwise make them valuable and helpful. And that's what I want to talk to you today. I am Adrienne Tacke. I'm a senior developer advocate at MongoDB, and we're going to get right into it on what those missing pieces are. So when you think about those really bad learning resources, when you think of the worst ones that you've ever encountered, they usually all fall within this kind of category. When you go through them or you read through it or you watch it, whenever you try to use it, you always coming across like this. You go, what does it mean? I don't really understand what's happening. It's not helping me solve my problem. And that can be actually quantified into two very specific characteristics. Most bad learning resources are unclear and unhelpful. What's the frustrations that we feel whenever we come across these really bad learning resources or not helpful pieces? And so I want to talk about what makes them unclear and unhelpful. And we'll start with something I like to call SMH IDK. So for all of you who are, most of you, Gen Z, millennials, all of us, we should know what this means, but that's exactly kind of the point, right? If you think about this in technical terms, sometimes we find pieces of documentation or people write blog posts or even say it in a video where they say something like this or write something like this. To create a TTL index on this field, use the following command. Or sometimes you'll see something, I came across this actually recently. It's the CRI is an API for container runtimes to integrate with kubelet on a node. Or, a lot of beginner documentation or those popular articles that tell you how to start programming or what stack to use. You'll see something like whether you're using the MERN, MEAN, or MEVN stack, which is how I'm going to pronounce that. This tutorial will be useful to learn the fundamentals. And all of the things that I've highlighted here in purple are very similar to how I've actually titled this section, which is SMH IDK. They're abbreviations or they're terms that we use very frequently that we kind of just assume everybody knows what we're talking about. but that's not really the case. This is one of those things that we do when we create resources, is we just kind of assume that anyone that is consuming these learning resources know what we mean, but that's almost never the case. So for example, take the TTL in the first portion that I said. Most of us might know what that means, but let's say you're coming from a different industry, like let's say something with electronics. TTL actually stands for transistor logic. There's also some French film that was directed by Bernard Paul that when you talk about TTL, that's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear this kind of abbreviation. But in this case, it actually means time to live. And this piece was talking about databases. So yes, there's a point to be made that, within the context of the documentation or what you're reading about or learning about, you might be able to figure it out, but why not just be explicit? Spell it out the first time and then continue to use the abbreviation. That way you're sure that everybody is on the same page and everyone knows what exactly you're talking about. Same thing with CRI and API. Again, there's some really interesting things of what this could mean in different industries or people who are crossing over from other domains. For example, CRI means color reversal internegative. So that means a motion picture film duplicate. Or maybe some of our Italian developers, that actually also means or stands for Croce Rossa Italiana, which is the Italian Red Cross. Or one of my favorite ones is someone in the medical field actually says when they hear CRI, the first thing they think of is chronic renal insufficiency. So again, even though we are talking about it in the context of a tech resource, it's still not very conducive to anyone who's learning from your materials if you just kind of assume they know what you're talking about. And of course, in this particular case, this one actually meant container runtime interface and of course application programming interface. So I even add API in here because again, as developers, as people who are learning about tech, we see it and we still assume that everybody knows what that means. But you'd be surprised that everyone who continues to use the abbreviation API and are, developers or who seem to be seasoned for a while may still not know what it actually means just because we use it so often. So spell it out, be explicit, and always get everybody on the same page. And the final example are all the stacks. So again, especially for a lot of that beginner documentation or anyone who's wanting to cross over and start, spell it out. Let everyone know what you mean with those abbreviations. It's just better for everyone to be way more explicit. And if you still didn't know the title of this SMH IDK, that's shaking my head. I don't know, because that's exactly what kind of goes through your head as you're running through something that's either new to you or new to someone for the first time. And if you use a lot of these abbreviations and words, then they may get overwhelmed and lost pretty quickly. So the next thing that I see that's in a lot of unclear learning resources is something I like to call the step skipper. And I don't know if you've seen this before, but there's this YouTube video here. I'm going to put on the captions here. And so it's basically every programming tutorial ever. They tell you, oh, we're going to put some code here. And oh yeah, we're going to import this random dependency that we need. So we're going to create this thing. We're going to just paste this big chunk of code, add this code. And then whoop-de-doo, after all your computer does the fancy stuff, we have Minecraft, right? Ta-da, you should be up and running after all of, that was a 20-second tutorial. It's a satire on how most programming tutorials are, but there is some truth to it. There are a lot of documentation and a lot of tutorials especially that skip a lot of important steps. And so when these are the instructions that you might see when you're following a tutorial or trying to go through and create your own demo, you actually need to expand on it. You need to add in those missing steps. You need to make sure all the pieces that are missing that are either known information, insider information that you may be used to, but someone who may be following this for the first time is not, or steps that we just kind of do, second nature, but most people who are following through might not remember to do. So maybe there's a setting that you need to set on if it's not by default, especially if you have a lot of different people who may not have the same default settings that you may have if you have been working with it for a long time. Maybe there are placeholders in your code snippets that you're providing in your learning resources. So it's always good to remind people to replace those placeholders, because I'm sure most of us, when we're following tutorial, we copy that snippet and we go. We want to get it working. We want to get it up and running. And sometimes we forget to do that. So a nice call out to it to say, hey, this portion actually needs your own API key, or this portion actually needs your own username, something like that. Those are all those little gotchas that we don't seem to point out, seem to do ourselves, but don't point out in the documentation or tutorial itself. And then there are other obvious things, like maybe somebody who is new and not used to working past the local environment, they maybe forget to hit the deploy button. But there are a lot of other things like that where, again, it's second nature to us, but not necessarily to the people who might be using our tutorial. So make sure you go through each step in any tutorial that you create and follow it through the way that you have it. Because if you go through it and find you are not matching at the step that you expect a person to be at, or whatever you're showing doesn't match where a person's supposed to be, that can get very, very frustrating, especially if somebody seems and thinks they are following through every piece of the way, but find that they're not getting to the point that they want to, or something is not working. It's usually because some steps are missing in the initial tutorial that you've built. So that's the step skipper. Watch out for those. Make sure you put in as more explicit steps rather than skipping all of those. The next thing is a very contentious subject, but I like to point it out because in the context of creating learning materials, it's almost always more unclear than helpful. And so it's something I like to call your foo bar. So if you've ever seen any of these Stack Overflow questions, or even people asking for help, or even someone trying to explain something, you'll see code that's written like this. And a lot of people understand this. A lot of people can, get by with what this means. But even for yourself, when you're trying to solve a problem, late at night, or you're tired, or you don't remember what this code means a week from now, you're just gonna bite yourself in the butt when you write code that's like this. And this is what I mean by foobar. We like to concatenate a lot of things. We like to use variable names that are not as meaningful or not as explicit. And especially for code like this, try to be more explicit. You don't need to fit your code on a napkin. You want to be explicit. You want to be able to understand this later on, and you want anyone who's following these tutorials, especially if you're sharing this and have code snippets in your learning materials, to be explicit. Because why add another level of cognitive load for you to kind of make sense of what the code is saying? Be more explicit. Write out these variable names for what exactly they are. Name your functions and name your other variables as explicitly as possible, because again, just like with our abbreviations, the more clear you are, the more likely you're going to get the point across that you want to in your learning resources. And something I didn't notice that I was actually already kind of doing, because I already explicitly write variable names and other things like that, is something that a developer named Chris Dunn termed German naming convention. And so, as most who speak German know or have heard of it, there are a lot of words that can be compounded in German, and they can form a lot of really long and explicit words, but they're very, very precise. And so this is something I like to suggest when we also do this, is use German naming convention, not just for our learning resources, but even in your actual code, because this is meant to be understood over the course of time as you iterate through your application. And the more nice you are to yourself, the more explicit you are to yourself and other devs, the more human readable this is, the better for everybody involved. So the next thing that is a big part of why a lot of learning resources are unclear is when people don't tell you what exactly you need to either complete this tutorial or learning resource or to fully get the value from what they're trying to teach. And so what is a big part of what I like to tell people and make sure that I have my own checklist of whenever I create learning resources to ensure is there are 5 different things that everybody should write down and tell in their learning resources. The first thing is, tell me what background knowledge will be helpful before starting this tutorial. Most people have, a little label like maybe it's beginner or intermediate friendly, but it's even better to know like what are the prerequisites I need to know? What knowledge do I have to know to fully gain the value of this tutorial? Because if you're stuck not understanding what is happening in the tutorial, or if you have terms that you have not come across, then yes, this tutorial is not for you or you're not ready for it yet, and therefore you probably will be very overwhelmed and annoyed and frustrated that you can't get through this tutorial. So tell me what background knowledge I need. Another thing is, tell me what dependencies I need in order to actually complete this. That's another really annoying part where, similar to that satire of every programming tutorial ever, there's a part in the middle where they're like, oh, we're actually using this version, not that version. And oh, you actually have to use this outdated one that you can find only on this particular CDN. Tell me exactly upfront what I need and don't do it halfway through the tutorial, because there's nothing more frustrating than getting through that tutorial some good chunk of the way and then finding that there are other pieces that you need before you can continue. Tell me if I can complete this on a free tier. This is another really big thing that I see where, especially with a lot of the cloud services that we're now offering and a lot of tutorials that we create that require the use of these types of services. And if you've seen that recent debacle with Amazon and how unfortunately somebody racked up a really, really costly bill, tell me if I can complete this on a free tier. And at the same time, it's our responsibility that if you do require something that might have costs in the future, add a note or a call out at the end of your tutorial to say, hey, you might want to delete this resource because if you keep this running, it will incur a cost. Or even add that as a step in your tutorial to say, great, it should be up and running. You've done X, Y, and Z. Now let's go ahead and delete this because it's going to cost some money. But if it can be done on a free tier, let me know. And that way I can feel more confident that I'll be able to fully finish this tutorial. Similarly to the dependencies, tell me if there are some steps that need to be completed before I start. Sometimes, for example, if you're setting up an application or you're following a tutorial with MongoDB Atlas, for example, some of the tutorials require that you need some of the sample data seeded into your cluster. So already right there are a couple things you need. You need an Atlas account in order to create a cluster. You need to have a cluster created, and then you need to have the sample data actually seeded and in your cluster before anything else can happen. So if that is required for the next steps, then make sure that's known and make sure that is somewhere in the beginning, because again, getting through halfway through or almost done and then to figure out that you can't continue on because of these preconditions is very, very frustrating in the context of learning materials. And finally, this is almost like a nice to have, but I still think it's a requirement. Give an estimate of how long this should take. So we see this all the time on blog posts, right, where they estimate how long of a read this post is going to be. And I think we should give an estimate of how long these tutorials should take. Because for most of us, whenever we do decide to learn something new or want to, take a course or do something, we try to find some time to actually put aside to focus on this kind of learning. Or sometimes you just have a very packed schedule and maybe you want to know, hey, I'm going to be able to complete this particular tutorial with this time that I've set aside. And it's just always helpful to know just an estimate of how long it's going to take, because that also ensures that we can give enough time and focus to the full tutorial and really get the full value out of the tutorial. So those are all the portions of telling me what I need. The last portion and the last thing or mistake or thing that I see with what makes a lot of learning resources unclear, something I call random screenshot. Who dis? So screenshot. It looks pretty self-explanatory. It looks useful, and for the most part, screenshots are helpful. But the problem comes when there are screenshots and they are either out of place or not related or some other form of that. So let's say there's a screenshot, but it doesn't support what you're trying to explain. Either it's just completely not related, or it's actually showcasing a different part of the UI that you're not actually talking about in the tutorial. If it doesn't support what you're trying to explain, it's another point of confusion for the learner whenever they do see this in the context of your tutorial. If it's paired with the incorrect step, so again, this is similar to the or related to the step skipper in that, you know, you're following these directions, you're going through step by step, ensuring you're doing it to a T, and then you have a screenshot that's maybe paired like one step incorrectly. It's actually the next one. Well, that can be very frustrating because you follow the steps and then you kind of look to check yourself that you are doing it correctly and you are on the right track. If you have the wrong step paired with the wrong screenshot, you might think that you're not doing it correctly or you're not at the right point in the tutorial when it's really just a mistake of the steps. You have one that shows a different result than one that you describe. This is one that I still try to make sure of because, as anyone who's created any kind of learning resources know, you have to do this and go through the steps at some point and do the thing that you're about to teach. And sometimes you try to save some time by taking screenshots or making sure you get some copy of what you are doing so that you can use it later on in your learning resources. But let's say when you go through your steps and you find that you were missing a step or there was actually something that you had incorrectly, and so you had to redo it and produce a different screenshot. Sometimes we forget to update those screenshots, and sometimes we forget to find the one that actually has the working display or the working result that we want to show. And that, again, is another point of frustration and confusion in any tutorial. And then finally, a big part is if you do not use alt text. So obviously if you don't have any, that's just probably the worst case. But even if you do use it, if you don't add the meaningful information in there, then the screenshot is still pretty useless. Tell me what buttons I need to press. Tell me where it is, what the labels are, whatever you're trying to explain and show in your screenshot that serves as a visual aid. Make sure you also provide that type of information in your alt text. And so to recap that, only add the screenshots if they're absolutely necessary and actually provide additional clarity, because if you don't think they will, or if it's just some screenshot you happen to have, if it doesn't add any other clarity, then you might run into some of those problems we had before. Either it's incorrect or it's paired with the wrong step. Due diligence. So as you're creating your learning resources, make sure you number one, follow the steps through and see that any screenshots you have are matching what you are seeing as you are following the steps, and make sure to follow through and see that they are matching. One thing I like to do is to name the screenshots similarly to the steps, and to always rename them if I have to get a new screenshot to make sure that they are matching the right step number that they pair to. And this goes into the next one, right? Follow your steps. You'd be surprised at how many learning resources are created where we go through, we kind of outline the steps, but don't actually go through and follow it through. That's a very, very important step to have to do, because that's exactly how someone who's going to consume your learning resource, that's exactly how they're going to do it. And so you need to start from the beginning of your own and dog food your own resource and make sure it's working the way you intended. And at a minimum, please use alt text on any pictures that you have, any screenshots that you're using, any images that you have, and be sure to describe the relevant portions of the screenshot. Make sure that they can still complete the step and know that in the alt text. So those are all of the things that I see very often, and some I have done frequently myself as I've continue to create more learning resources of how they can become very unclear. Now we're going to go through a lot of the things that I see that make them unhelpful. And the first thing is something I call, oh, you didn't know that? So what I've seen time and time again is that whenever anybody ever creates some type of learning resource, at least for the ones that are not helpful, they always assume that the reader has knowledge on the topic. And what we should be doing is assuming that our readers have no knowledge on the topic. When you assume that the learners, or in this case I wrote reader because at the time I was talking about blog posts or written content, but really assuming that your learners, anyone who's going to consume your content, does not have knowledge on the topic, that puts you in a different mindset that says, oh, do they actually know what this abbreviation means? Or, oh, I'm actually going through this steps pretty quickly. I don't think they're going to understand, or I'm jumping too much. Whenever you assume that your reader has no knowledge, unless you explicitly state that this is for someone at an advanced level, or you have very clearly stated all the prerequisites that they need, even then, it's linking to things that may serve better purposes for additional context. All of those things will always help the learner of your technical resources. So it's better to assume that your learners have no knowledge on the topic, because then that puts your mindset into a better one when creating your technical resources. So another unhelpful thing that I see deals with 404s. So sometimes you'll find what you think is a really, really good tutorial or piece of documentation, and you'll see that they have a lot of those helpful resources linked throughout the tutorial, right? But then as you are excited and ready to learn more, or want to click through because I don't know what this means, or I don't know what this stands for, you find that when you click on it, the link doesn't work, or it's just not existent, or it's the wrong link. This, even though the intent was to be helpful, is something that I find is just the opposite. It becomes unhelpful, and it's pretty clear why. When you don't provide that additional context, especially if you rely on those links to help you explain what you are talking about, then it doesn't serve its purpose, and then you just leave somebody way more confused and frustrated. So be sure to always check. There are a lot of tools that automate this as well, to make sure that you don't have any links that are dead. And now the next thing I like to talk about for helpfulness is something I call jump to recipe. So I don't know about you, but I like desserts and I like baking, and pretty much any blog or recipe site that you see will look something like this. They'll have a really awesome photo of something that you would want to bake or create. But you'll see here, what really annoys me is sometimes they get into a lot of backstory, or they talk about what's going on in their life. And it's not like I don't like this person. Like this blog has some really, really great recipes, but sometimes I just want to know how to make the thing. I really don't want to know all of the additional stories or backstory. I just want to know how to make this banana bread. And so you'll see that sometimes this person has also improved their website. You'll see this little button here, jump to recipe. And that's exactly what I want. I'm like, that's great. I'm glad that you have whatever story is happening in your life, but I just want to get to the facts. I want to know what I need for this recipe, and I want to know how to do it. And so very similarly, what I tend to see in a lot of tutorials is sometimes it will be very, very long tutorials, and you'll see like the 30-minute blog post of how to do something. And while I'm sure it's very thorough and great, sometimes it's very hard to follow through that very, very long piece. Other times, if you get to something like that, maybe you already actually have done 2 or 3 of the steps, or you have some of the background knowledge that they might go into, and you need to skip ahead just like this. And so one of the things that I think is always great for any documentation or tutorial is to have something like a quick jump section. Having very clear titles about what is about to happen in that section, and showing, you're basically giving somebody the choice of, hey, I already have done these two things. I can go directly into the thing that interests me right now. I already set up a cluster, and I've already done, I've already tested how to do a primary node failover. I actually have questions about what the differences are between electable, read-only, and analytics nodes. So instead of forcing someone to scroll through and get through your entire article or blog post, have a quick jump section that just very similarly to the jump to recipe link, they can jump directly to the section that they need. And you'll find that a lot of people very much enjoy that. More people will be able to get to the content that is valuable to them much faster. To do this, but have found and have grown since, and it's something I like to call not now Jiffy, and yes, I pronounce it Jiff, so we can fight later. But I'm sure you've seen a really nice GIF that explains, yes, we've completed our tutorial, awesome, you've now built this, or you've now implemented this, great. Sometimes you see another one that's interspersed in between sections where you're like, oh, I don't know what this means. You use these because you want to convey the emotion that you're feeling as you're going through this tutorial, or you're learning about something new. And we maybe add some jokes in there, because that's not necessarily a bad thing. Tutorials are much more fun when there's some humor in it, so I don't mind if there are couples spread in there. But then you get into some other ones that you're like, well, this one looks cool, let me just add it in there. And then you add another one because you think this is exactly how I feel, and this is exactly how I think you will feel after you complete this particular step in my tutorial. And then you find another one that's like, oh, well, this is too good not to have in my tutorial. And before you know it, you get to the point where it's like this. It's like, the olden days before pop-up blockers, where you forget what you were even trying to do. You forget what you were even trying to learn. And you're at the point where you're so distracted by all of the ancillary things, or all of the jokes that are happening, that you lose track of what is actually being taught. You lose track of what step you were on, and it just becomes a bad time. So this is not to say we rule out all GIFs and take out all humor. That's not what I'm advocating. Rather, I'm advocating maybe just leave it to one. Maybe that has a better impact. But more importantly, as long as it does not distract from what you are trying to teach, as long as there's tutorial or learning resource or blog posts, and the little bits and pieces that you infuse don't detract from that, then absolutely add it. Just don't get to the point where your learners become lost or distracted or confused just for the sake of a quick laugh. And finally, the infamous line, it works on my machine. Excuse me. So you won't believe it, but there are still many, many learning resources that I find that have some sort of version like this. They'll have a portion here that says, sorry, this tutorial only works with Windows. Like, is that even a thing? That shouldn't be allowed in this day and age. This sampler repo relies on version 3.2.6 and above. Or the rest of this guide assumes you're on a Mac. So I guess it's great, or that's helpful, that you are telling them, but to make it more helpful and actually valuable to more people, why not take all of these portions that only make it work on your machine and only make it work with your very specific environment and setup, and make it platform agnostic? So any of these portions that you can take, whether that's setting up a repo that anybody can use, or for example, using Docker and creating an image for somebody, the easier that you make it and the less that you have your learners fighting with configuration or environment setup or any other thing like that, the better. Similarly, if you only have your tutorials or your lessons written because that's the only either operating system that you're familiar with, have somebody who is on the separate one, or the part that you don't have as much experience or knowledge on, have someone do a technical review for you there and maybe help fill in the gaps. That way you're able to help more people, and that way you're able to accommodate more learners rather than just assuming and taking the easy way out and just saying, well, it works on my machine, and if you do it exactly like this with exactly these particular configurations, then you'll pretty much alienate a lot of the learners that would maybe want to use your learning resources, but you don't make it easy for them to do so. So try to make it as platform agnostic as possible. Make it so easy and so useful that they can focus on what you're trying to teach rather than fighting all of these different setup points. And those are the 10 pieces of what I find that make most documentation or any learning resources unclear and unhelpful. So to recap, the bare minimum to make sure that your learning resources are valuable and helpful and concise are: spell out those abbreviations. Make sure that even if it's something you think is so obvious, just at least spell it out the first time, or link to a Wikipedia article about it, or not even Wikipedia, but some other blog posts that you found that explained it for you the first time that you've learned it. Spell them out and be explicit the first time, and that's just better for everybody. Check your steps before you wreck yourselves. Make sure you actually follow your steps the way you have them listed out. Make sure that they are going through and they're landing at the same spots that you intend, and make sure that they work. That's kind of a bare minimum of most learning resources that you put out there, is that you want it to work. Because if you put something out there and publish something out there that doesn't work, there's going to be a high likelihood that someone is not going to come back to you for those learning resources, and definitely not recommend you to learn something if it doesn't work for them. Use the German naming convention. So again, this is something where being explicit is always helpful, especially for learning resources. So for everybody that is, coming out from different industries, crossing domains, someone that's starting out, even if it's us who are seasoned developers, right? If you're learning something new that you have never touched for the first time, I'm always going to favor resources that not only spell out the abbreviations of all this new terminology that I'm learning, but also make their code snippets or however they're explaining things very explicit, so I don't have to use that extra cognitive load and mental overhead of, I'm already learning something new, then I have to now understand what you're writing in your code. Make it explicit, and that way that tutorial or whatever you're teaching is a lot more valuable. First things first, tell me what I need. Tell me what prerequisites I need. How long is this going to take? Can I complete this on a free tier? What resources do I need? What steps do I need to do? Making sure everybody is prepared before they jump into your tutorial is always better. And tell me in the beginning, as much as you can, let us know in the very, very beginning rather than at any other point. Make screenshots make sense. Make sure they're paired with the correct step. Make sure you use alternative text, and make sure that text is not just there, but actually explains the relevant parts of what you're showing in your screenshot. And make sure that you are using screenshots or any other images, diagrams for that matter, and make sure that they are providing additional clarity rather than just filling up the rest of your space. Make sure your learners note that. So again, instead of erring on the side of saying, oh, well, anyone who's reading this is probably going to know what this means. It's similar to the abbreviations where you say everybody knows what an API means. Well, be explicit. Make sure they know that. Make sure you come from the mindset of somebody does not know about what I'm talking about, and that puts you in the mindset of at least putting a foundational paragraph in there that describes what you're doing. It makes sure you look for all of the pieces that might seem unfamiliar, and just really changes the way that you are creating your learning content to accommodate those, making sure that they fully understand what you're talking about, rather than just having some gaps and missing gaps and links that are not helpful and make it more unclear. Repair those links. Make sure all of those links that you are linking to are working, because you may have those good intents of having them in there, but if they don't work, then they work against you. It does the opposite. It does not make your content any more valuable because they're not able to reference this additional content that you may be trying to provide for them. So make sure those links are working. Add quick jump links and get on with your day. So if you're writing either a series of articles or your tutorial is getting really, really long, make sure you add these quick jump links so that people can not only reference where they were, maybe they come back to it at a different time, but it accommodates way more learners because those who are more advanced and who only need a specific step out of your tutorial can get directly to the part that they need rather than having to scroll through the entire thing. So add quick jumps and accommodate way more people. And then just a little jiffy for a snack, not to distract. So again, infusing humor, infusing GIFs into your videos, your tutorials, any learning resources, they're great. Add them. Just make sure they don't get to a point where it's distracting and it completely makes the learner overwhelmed or just has no idea what they're even learning about anymore because it's so focused on all of the GIFs. And finally, make sure it works on all machines. So if we're going to teach to a larger set of developers or anyone that you're talking to, make sure you make it as easy as possible for them to actually learn your tutorial or learn what you're trying to teach. And the very big part of that is making sure that you have it available to work for as many developers as possible. So it's our due diligence to make it as platform agnostic as possible or browser based, something that makes it much easier where devs are less focused on the configuration and the environment and more on the actual material that you are teaching. And with all of those pieces, those were all the missing pieces that now make them the best pieces of not just documentation, but all of your learning resources. And that's it. So salamat, that means thank you in Tagalog. Thank you so much, JavaScript and friends. If you learned something, if you enjoyed my talk, feel free to tweet about it. That's my Twitter handle. And if you have any more questions or want to talk more about it or discuss why I pronounce it as Jiffy and not GIF, find me in the Track 6 Questions Slack channel. I'll be there and hang out for a while and happy to answer all your questions. And thanks for staying throughout the whole conference and making me your last talk of the day. I'm just catching up on the YouTube chat now. I do love banana bread too, Ramon. Thank you. Banana bread is great. All right, I don't see any other questions in the YouTube channel, but I will be there in the Slack channel. Bye.